Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Scared? Good. Nervous thanks to your DD. You're welcome. Buying leaps today a good idea? Farther dated contracts are more attractively priced right now. How are you feeling about the borrow rate? Interesting. We'll see if it continues to climb. If you guys can, drop a like, especially for market opens, big help. I'll pick up a few more MOASS insurance contracts, then probably sit today out. That's fair. They can pull that rug all they want. I'm not letting it go. See, we're still in pickle noir mode. It was a dark night in a city that never sleeps, and one pickle was keeping the city's secret. Cue melodramatic music and thunder rain sounds. Thanks, Windmill Willie. Excellent stage coordination. I saw a 26% borrow rate. Where? Like outside? IBKR finally updated. Have you seen IV bump last night? That's an estimate. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. What the fuck is Grab Holdings? Isn't today officially XRT is still on threshold but shouldn't be cause rebalancing day? Yeah. It is still on threshold. No, it shouldn't be. What does that mean? I don't know. There's not a lot of historical evidence of ETFs staying on threshold through a rebalancing period. How do you cope with your average viewership raising since leaving Superstonk? It's tough. I'm not gonna lie. Every day I wish it was different. Ding ding. Uh Remember patience. It's valuable. CPPY adding 3 directors positions for RC. I heard mention. Could they just have a non-rebalance pre-borrow extra crime agreement? Sure. I put you down as an emergency contract. I wrote best way to contact him was to look behind any Wendy's dumpster. Thanks, Velvet. Please don't read my obvious typos. Thanks. DJ D22, what's up, dude? Thanks for making my work mornings tolerable. Look how much you've grown up since stream number 1. Peace. Thanks, dude. You still say DRS is not having any effect on the stock? Yeah. I know the price action right now is attributed to the FTD cycles. Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it may be harder for them to find shares, but they'll still find them, right? The numbers are still not. I mean, still another like 50 million shares, 52 million, 4 million shares that aren't locked up. So, and those will just be lent more, right? Like they don't serialize them. It's not like one share per lent share. It's just if there's a share available, there is a share lendable. The Jan Seas was killed by options contract selling. So now we are here and encouraging selling contracts, thereby killing a squeeze again? Or are you saying exercise? You can exercise. If you're already in contracts, you can hold them, BJ. But what I was talking about is not FOMOing in to the peak of a run, to be cautious and careful when others are exuberant, because usually the exuberant ones are the ones that get burnt. The time to buy was when we were at fucking $78. Just because people have decided to start listening to me now in the last 2 days instead of the last 2 months doesn't change the reality of the situation. Up over 3,000% on my Tilray calls. Gross. It's a specific dumpster, actually, but yeah, he's there all the time. Listen, dude, stop trying to dox me. What's the likelihood that BBBY is put on threshold? High, but different than GameStop. Slower, probably, because it's more liquid than GameStop was last year. There's far more shares available, and they have a larger float. Hmm. Time to buy these back, and this is not it. Sorry, one sec, guys. All right. Hey man, thanks for being here for the long haul. You got it. $145 short equals short hedge fund boofing time. Actually, a break of 142.71 is pretty significant. This resistance here. That's tough for them to short right now with the hedging pressure coming in and CNS kicking into gear with market open. There are some FTDs today that aren't irrelevant, so yeah, it could be a little tough for them to suppress the price in the early part of the day today. Good morning, Kyle, intraday cup and handle guy. KSS and M running. We're about to rip through that gamma max. Yep. For those of us not in options right now, is it worth looking at the downside? I mean, it depends. Are you looking to sell covered calls? Are you just holding, seeing if it squeezes? I mean, it really depends on your approach. Is 150 close the best case scenario other than MOASS? Yeah, closing above 150 is huge. Especially with all the institutional interest at 140 and 150, you'd probably see a lot of exercising occur, and that could definitely trigger a gamma squeeze right now. Our NAV GAX at market open today was $10.4 million per dollar price increase. We've got up $5, so that's $50 million hedge already. This must be the MOASS everyone keeps talking about. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor put their pickle in my jar. This ain't your grandma's squeeze. Hashtag 510 gang for life. This is where it gets kind of interesting. Also, there's a what else should I know? There's a big dip in oh shit, I don't have Epic Pen. Um there's a big dip in open call interest from like 180 to 200. So FOMO is gonna have to fill that in right now. 160 is decent. 150 is really high. 150 is the highest open interest. But yeah, it just kind of falls into this like 180 range, and then like 180, 85, 90, 95, not a lot of interest. So this $20 gap, which historically is hard for us to cross anyway, is kind of neglected right now. If we run hard up through 160, 170, I'd expect to see it fill in a bit, but remember that if we're moving up. Sorry, more buying long dated puts if we believe they will short it back down. Sure, or covered calls that don't push the price down. SEC archives. What's this? Cooperation agreement between RC Ventures and BBBY. Dope. I'm definitely not going to read this right now. Super long. But I'm glad they've reached an agreement. Is he now part of the board? I guess that's the most important thing to note. Also, likes. Like the damn channel, people. Like it. Like it hard. Okay, fine, then don't. Dr. GME. Dick. Um Eyebrow 1000 shares left at 22.1. Those are probably gone too. Just sold my put. Let's fucking go. RC has 4 appointed people on the board now. Jesus. Thought I bought back my covered calls. Why would I like the stream when I didn't even like the stream? I don't know, Trash Dan. Why are you a member if you don't like the stream? If we hit 150, can those contracts be exercised? Or does it need to close above 150? We want to see it close above. They can be exercised in advance, but we'd want to see it close above 150. That's pretty important. Fuck, Ivy just jumped hard on these. If we don't start squeezing today, when do we roll your positions? All of my options contracts are for June. So, I'm a glutton for punishment. Yes, you are. Magic carpet ride greater than rug pull. Fair. Oh my god, I'm gonna MOASS. Fidelity not letting me buy weeklies on GME. I think Fidelity doesn't let you buy 0 DTEs. Right? I don't know. I don't trade options on Fidelity. And but I think they block 0 DTEs. You can buy like 1 DTEs, but not 0. You can actually get 0 DTEs, but you have to get your account unlocked and you have to have a lot of money deposited with them. You have to be a fucking I can't think of the words right now. I'm too tired. They're anti-degenerate. A little bit. They're anti-pores being degenerate. It's like being a pigeon whale, but in the real world. You have to have over $1 million in assets deposited with them. And then they'll let you trade 0 DTEs. Accredited investor. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Fucking just brain's not working today. Yeah, I was up all night setting the computer up more, but it's done now and working. So that's cool. It's not being a degenerate, it's entering volatility exposure positions. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. This looks non-rug pulley. It always does at the top. Bulls on screen? I don't have any bull assets currently. Deku. My bull assets are locked away on a drive I have to recover. Spent thousands on espresso machines, but won't try an air fryer. Yeah. Turn up the volume on your mic, please. The volume on my mic is turned up. I'll turn it up some more for you. I'm gonna turn it up to there. How do you like that? Huh? How do you like those apples? Second rejection? Oof, fuck, that was rough. Big gap. That fill? The gap filled, so that's cool. This is the most exciting GameStop's been in, fuck, a year. They're swinging the bedposts hard. Yeah. It was OTC orders. That's why you didn't see it on E-Trade. Still not exciting as perm day. Stop limit hunting? No. Gap fill. Been watching this ticker for 12 months, and the past week has been the most exciting. It's pretty fucking dope, right? What kind of espresso machine did you get? I got a Profitec Pro 600. I kind of regret not getting the 700, but what are you gonna do? Actually, August was more volatile. This is just more up, right? This is just like a stronger uptrend than August was. This is our second test of 150 also, by the way. Which is like, if we look here on the 1 hour, it's very compelling looking. Hold on. See this? So if we get rejected here, right, and then find support at like 142 and bounce, that's a very good sign. Oh, look, they hit my little line perfectly. Huh. Or if I should do this for a living. What's the feature that your 600 is missing? Oh, it's got like side mounted fucking steam and boiler. It's like wands. And it's just awkward and I hate it. Do I buy back my 140 cc's at a huge loss right now or wait for Lady Theta to help me out? It's up to you, man. The risk is upside there, right? So, I mean, after a rejection at 150, you can wait, but the rejection this time wasn't as strong. This is a significantly weaker rejection than we saw the last time we tested 150. Like if we look here on the 5-minute, or the last time we tested 150, it was just straight fucking down to 137. This time we're almost finding support at the same level, like at this 146 level, which is compelling. It can continue to fail, don't get me wrong, but if we find support higher, that's a very, very good indicator. I don't even use the steam wand. No, I don't make cappuccinos or anything. I just don't like the way they're mounted. Seems awful risky doing this for a living. Be careful. IBKR 85,000 shares now. Cool. Next support for BBBY. 221. They're gonna play games over there. IBKR up to 235,000 borrowable, still over 26%. Thanks, Willem. Borrow rates almost approaching January like sneeze levels right now. I mean, it's at January sneeze levels, but not the peak. Try hot coffee. I've tried hot coffee. I don't like hot beverages. I don't like tea. I don't like hot chocolate. So that's bullish. Does Gabe Plotkin have to open an OnlyFans for cost to borrow? He has no idea how much money he'd make off letting people shame him. You're not even going to buy one weekly? How am I supposed to sell mine if I can't copy you? Nope. Get fucked. Are we gonna sneeze to 350 today? What would it take? Exercising? Yeah, I would say a shot at 350 has a much better chance next week than this week. Let's go Volva Vana squeeze. It's Volga Vana. When you mention rug pull in your DD, is this bad for us or good for us? It's something to be cautious of, and it would be bad. Remember, as soon as they can leverage those ETFs again, they can crash the price. And they are hedged against this run. So even though the borrow rate is high, their margin is mostly unaffected right now. That's the protection that the entropy swap offers them. Can you explain the difficulties of having options during a squeeze? Does anyone even buy options during a squeeze, and why? Sometimes you have to sell them for a lot less than they're worth. It's better to exercise if it's truly a squeeze. A, because halts can fuck you over if you're still holding options. So after, like $500 to $1,000, I probably would have exercised or sold. I would have exercised whatever I can and sold what, I couldn't exercise. Because after that point, it's just you're gonna deal with a lot of like weird liquidity issues. You run the risk of freeze, which can last up to 30 days. So if your option expires in that time frame, then you're just fucked. So yeah, there's some risk carrying options into a squeeze. Not necessarily, but some. And then you deal with the issue that IV can exceed, if IV exceeds the value of the underlying shares by such a significant margin that it's no longer worth buying, then it's going to be hard to find buyers, and you'll have to sell them for probably like the bid. Whatever people are willing to pay for them is what you'll have to probably sell them for at that point. They regain access to XRT during the day. Yes. Oh, snap. Things are happening. I mean, at 1,000 price, isn't it likely selling one contract will give you the ability to exercise the rest? Yeah. What would need to happen in order for you to FOMO in? I did. I bought like 29 680s yesterday. That was my FOMO. I already have contracts. I don't really need to buy in more. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry, JC. Quick, draw a new Guybrush. That's not how that works. No. How come my 130, 150C spread for 617 is going down in value? Shouldn't it be max profit now? You're losing value to the IV bump in the sold in the short call. Probably. Who owns XRT? State Street. Gherkin, it looks like the price is going up. Is that bullish? Yes. We're above 150. That's significant. No, I don't think it's RC buying in. Why am I not excited? What has Kenny done to me? Is this how he feels? Are we becoming same like each other? Maybe. I filmed it into 0 DTE 265s. 680s that expire when? In June? Thanks for all that you do. Last week I had $600 to invest, and by carefully playing with options, I'm now up 20,000. I bought 10 140 0 DTEs today. Maybe the house is paid by end of day. Fuck yeah, dude. Someone became a billionaire at 9:15 this morning. All right.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the V-Wop, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Sup, my dude? First time on your stream, heard good things. Any good AMC call option strategies? Yeah, sell covered calls. Isn't there a big gamma ramp start at 150? No. There's a big pile of options at 150. And then it dies. Like that's the end of the ramp, not the start. You need FOMO to pick up OI in the 160 to like 200 range. Is it better to sell GME CCs into strength like now or after it starts tanking? Thanks. It's best to sell them when you already have calls to hedge the upside. But remember, if you try to fade the peak with covered calls, right, and you already hold long calls, every covered call you sell is hedged, right? If you're selling up here and you have in the money long calls. So that way, if the price keeps moving up, you know, you can sell calls to buy these back. But if it doesn't and it collapses, you know, then you've sold into a strong peak. It's a little more complicated though. It's not a strategy recommended for beginners because you could just lose your shares. Hey Greg, I made back all my losses and now have guaranteed profits, riding the rest of my April 1st to the moon. Fuck yeah, Nano. That's what I like to hear, man. High volume is good for us, right? Rug pull is usually preceded by volume dying off. The rug pull is preceded by the highest volume. So the thing we want to be most cautious of is an increase in price on okay volume and then volume peaking through a flat period. Because then what we'll see is volume price drop off and volume continue to peak. And what this is this is institutions selling into buy pressure. Remember, institutions don't try to time the peak, they create it, right? I still own BBIG. I'm very familiar with the old rug pull. Good. Trend gaining strength? That breakout wasn't as good as the one before it. This is actually kind of flat at 155. I'd be cautious right now. This is trash. My brother-in-law, your son-in-law, asked me how I've made so much money. I tried to James Rowland what you've taught me, but just ended up talking about Persian quiche and espresso machines. Sounds like you're learning. Speaking of quiche, I have some here. Ah, that's not fully cooked. Ugh, no good. Why is TDA different from WeBulls? I have paid data on here, so I have OTC data. I'm pretty sure TDA also has a paid data service that covers OTC data. Bookmap. It's expensive though. It's like $40 a month. Can you only sell a covered call if you own 100 shares? Yes. If you don't own 100 shares, you have to sell poor man's covered calls, which are a bit different. Odds of returning to a battle for 180 by end of day. Slim. You draw a chart for how to tell when a quiche is fully cooked, when to exit the oven before you get burned. Do you just casually make quiche? It's super easy. You just mix some shit in eggs and then press some dough in a pie pan and cook it. I will admit, I kind of cheat on the pie crust. I just throw butter and flour in a fucking processor. Probably make a quiche in like 25 minutes with prep. If GME ever goes boom and someone is out island shopping, how can we determine resistance levels once wedges start forming? I mean, you'll use the volatility spike on the wedge, right? So like this, that would be where you would want to set a limit, like the bottom of this wick, right? This range of volatility. The problem is sometimes like when you're setting limits early in a pennant, right, you may get volatility later into it, and this can get you assigned. So when volatility is close, I usually aim for the previous open. Which it's actually bad to use Heikaiashi for that. But I'll aim for the previous like candlestick open, like here. And then if volatility peaks beyond that, you're probably dealing with a descent in price action. This is continuing to be bullish, but getting weaker. Volume drying up? Really? If we close above 150 this week, where do you see price action for next week? Do you think the hype of return to 180, 200 next is unfounded? No, but they're going to fight really hard for 150. Can you stream yourself making quiche? Gross. What's Gex like next week? It'll depend on where we close today. I'm not counting the cooking part, Elena. I said the getting it ready part. The cooking takes it depends. It can take like 25, 30 minutes for it to set. If you pre-bake your crust, maybe it can do it all in enough time. No shares left at Fidelity. IBKR back to 200K. I think they're cycling them. So they're cycling them between Fidelity's low borrow rate. So borrowing here and returning to IBKR. Like paying a credit card with another credit card. Hey, Pickle God, can you announce very loudly when in the money puts come in? I mean, I'm not going to know the second they come in. But I'm keeping an eye out. What I'm really looking for is them building a out of the money put position. Right now it's all calls. $30 million in calls versus $4.4 million in puts. So bullishness is still excessively high. Yeah, they're really short on. They are in fact, for maybe the first time, short on ammo. Is that a gap at 144.22? No. How are you setting a stop limit on based on price? Wait, what? Hold on. I saw the question, but I'm not sure if that's what you said. I don't see it. How are you setting a stop limit based on strike? Based on price? You can use a Black-Scholes calculator. You can buy programs that do it for you automatically. Where's the MM hedging? Oh, the MMs are going to avoid hedging as much as they feasibly can. They're super fucking underwater right now. This doesn't look strong. The hugging friend is officially fully refunded on those losses this year. 510s this morning blew up, sold half for over $1. Still have, what was that? Sorry. Still have 8 more for funsies. Profits every day this week. Hugs. Fuck yeah, Pickle Morty. Go you. Can you please be more bullish? Thank you. No. Also, this is starting to look more like a pennant. It's gross. We need a bounce in this low trend. Watching Flow again today. We'll call them out here. Okay, thanks, username. I know I'm missing some questions, guys. I'm sorry. If just make sure you tag me and make sure you ask me again if I miss it. I hope my boss is an ape. Hits it big. That way, when he sells his practice, he pays out the 4 employees handsomely. I hope that for you too. Win food stamps. Drawing a triangle. Why did you choose that particular green candle as the start of your wedge? Teach me. Today's not really the day for that. Uh, when does one of the symbolic credit cards max out completely? It's a good question. So I mean, they can still create shares. They're using Vanguard funds. They can use Russell 1K ETFs still. Those aren't being rebalanced right now. So you know, if they can create like 200,000 shares here and return them to IBKR, you know, and close that short position before opening another one, they can like try to stifle the borrow rate increase. Is it possible to set an option stop limit based on stock price instead of using contract value? No. But you can get programs that will do that for you. Some brokers have stuff like that, like conditional orders. Um, you can use a Black-Scholes calculator to determine the value of your contract at the price that you want to set your stop. Stop hunting? No. This is just resistance. Trying to stop a 150 breakout. Is a pennant good? If the consolidation starts to drift downwards a little bit, yes. Like if it moves down into this range, then yes. But right now it's kind of flat, so no. Well, a little up actually. So right now the consolidation's a little more bearish. We can still bounce here, but I'd like to see it retest like with some volume 150 and then I could see us moving up. But it does look like both buy and sell side are consolidating right around here, so how likely we trade flat 150 all day and run next week again? That's fine. TOS actually does provide a predicted price. Okay. Okay, so this is a little better. Now we can get a downtrend here. Next one. Buy and sell side both look kind of weak in the order book. Fuck. Short. Oh, got bought back. Why would we run? Why would the run continue next week if it closes above 150? What factors make people think that VUPs or at least more ups are in store next week if we close around here or above? Isn't rebalancing over? Large numbers of contracts in the money, creating gamma exposure on market makers. Currently, this doesn't look great. We're pushing really hard into this lower resistance. $26.3%. Yeah, there's the bull flag, but we need to find support here. And they are pushing hard to try to push it down through this point. If we do get a bounce, though, it'd be very good. What dates do you like for BBBY? All my contracts right now are in August and January. Cat retesting 225. Oop, that's good. Bullish. Very bullish. Yay, bull flag. Why does it need to close above 150? Why didn't they just exercise when we were above 150? Yeah, usually they don't, like, institutions will exercise shit until the end of the day. They're not going to exercise shit intraday. And it's institutional exercise that's really going to drive price movement. There's a lot of fucking contracts in the money. Like a lot. So, and we're going to have gamma exposure next week regardless. But if we sustain 150 or above, we're going to have a lot more of it. We found it. That's not V-Wop. It's a EMA 60. V-Wop's way the fuck down here. Is it? I don't even have V-Wop turned on. There it is. Okay, V-Wop's not way the fuck down there. V-Wop's above it. But yeah, this is the EMA 60. What is gamma exposure? It's unhedged delta from the previous week that needs to be covered due to the exercise of contracts. So you know how everyone's like, oh, they don't hedge? Well, if they don't, gamma exposure is the punishment for that. Girk said we need more down. More down is what we get. Girk, are you okay, KG? This is a wild ride, like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Fucking meddling retail. If one had some ADCs, is it worth exercising them at 160 or wait until a peak? Sure. 160 is probably a very reasonable place to exercise them at. You get 50 shares. I mean, you could go higher if it keeps running. I can barely hear. Well, my volume's up. Get better headphones. How can we ascertain that we are officially broken out of the bull flag? Well, we did right there, like out of the top of it. The bull flag is no longer in play. About all the weird strikes between 150 and 180. Are you proud of me? I am the ramp. Your volume's definitely lower than it used to be. Fine. There. Is that better? Is everyone fucking happy now? Oh god, my ears. It's too loud now. Turn your fucking headphones down then. Who are these people who never change their volume that can confirm? It's just that, like, a lot of them are listening on, like, AirPods and laptops with one speaker. Why is there no June options chain on what? Oh, okay. I didn't see the end of that, dork. Cage, volume great now. Thanks, Cage. Don't you dare come at AirPods again. Shut up, Dan Almighty. As a billionaire, I shouldn't have to adjust my own volume. This is what we pay for. No, it's not. Could you enable the subtitles for your stream, but in Braille? I'm actually blind and deaf. Are we now in another bull flag? We failed the breakout, which isn't great. But if we can hold the upper trend now, we can keep moving up. I'll extend this a little so we can track it. Ooh, that's bad. My biggest regret being in Feb options, being in March options, not being yet, being in June's, not being yet, being. Not being yet being? What? So I'm trying to show your left AirPods in the chat, alright? I think I'm crazy. I keep buying puts on GME since yesterday. Sounds like there's something wrong. Puts coming in? I mean, breakout defeated, maybe. See if we find some support here on the EMA. Or if we're gonna come back down to V-Wop again. We might find support here. They're gonna fight really hard for this price. Bar rate 26.3. I see. Your trumpet is king. Can they rebalance XRT with borrowed shares? No, not really. When XRT is rebalancing its shareholding, like its assets, it's gonna close forward contracts, which drives buy pressure, right? Because they'll just buy the fucking stock. Say I want more shares. If I sell to open a CSP and I end up in the money on expiration, does this apply the same level of pressure on hedge funds to locate shares as exercising an in-the-money calls on expiration? Yes. If a market maker is picking up the other side of your contract. This is my first time visiting the channel. Are we talking about concrete stocks? Thanks, a user. Is there a possibility Jimmy could end up reg showed? Sure, but likely not now. All of this volume and price action over the last few days, this is going to lead to a shitload of FTDs, but it's going to lead to a shitload of FTDs out in, April. May, actually. So all of this creation that's going on right now, all of this synthetic hedging, all of this is gonna just create a ton of FTDs. But those FTDs are still going to be due in, you know, T plus 2 plus 35 to T plus 9 plus 35. The reg share time machine is a fucked up system. Create a share today, buy it back in 2 months. $10 deep out of the money leaps just sold off. What mean? Nothing. What's the borrow rate and reported short interest currently on GME? Borrow rate is between 5.75 to 26.3%. Current SI, it's probably around like 27 right now. Reported. Rather chew glass than end up on reg show. GME going onto reg show would be very bullish. Very, very, very bullish. Why is the borrow rate spread so wide? Is that normal? Fidelity's cheaper right now. Fidelity generally takes a very long time to increase their borrow rate. What's the point for the hedgies? They're fighting so hard to survive this for what? To survive? As if they will be able to continue companies now that they're exposed. They will. And if they can't, new ones will do that instead. It's a very good business model. Pressure on BBY today given the news, allowing Jimmy to run. Sure. Well, hello there. Right? Defrauding the middle class is a good business model. I disagree. I mean, it's not a morally sound business model, but it's profitable. Capitalism incentivizes profits. Gabe already opened up a long fund. He's ready. He's ready to die. Is 155 ouch for them? No, 150 was ouch for them. Crossing 150 250 was big ouch. Now those 150 contracts are going to start to pick up delta value. Oof, rough. It's not that they don't want it over 155. They don't want it over 150. 155 is just slightly worse. But 150's 23,000 contracts just went in the money. And now they're going hard in the money. What about 162.50? Not as much OI. OI starts to die off now. Now we need to be very cautious of forward price movement. We're going to get a surge from the break of these 150 contracts, but after that surge, be very careful. Watch closely. Can you see the options chain? Sort of on 5 and 15-minute delays. John Paul Roberts. A lot of people wonder what's under our voluminous robes, and in my case, it's 0 DTEs and BBBY leaps. Hashtag 510 gang for life. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've seen the ramp. It's not gross. It's, yeah.
And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do? Take your profits and walk? I said, fuck no, man. I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit. Show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't.
So these spikes, like this one at 150, or this one at 200, or this one at 270, these are great, right? But this is the issue. So a cross of 200, bullish as fuck. But we have declining volume into 200, or declining open interest into 200. So not a lot of pressure between here and here, and this is the tough part. If we can cross 200, awesome. Is this all dates? This is 90 days. That's OI at market open today. Mavic, thank you so much, man. Former Chief Justice. Torture isn't wrong if they aren't Americans. Antonin Scalia just wanted to say the volume will appear. FOMO is a motherfucker. Thanks, former Chief Justice. Make a DD on Wall Street Bets now. You share the title of the artist, title and artist of the song you just played. It's called 510 Gang Take One. It's by Dan for Hire. I need to update Reddit, by the way. Well, we have a tiny lull here in price action. Wasn't furlong stock awarded at like 225? Yeah, I think so. Someone buy Billionaire and pressuring him into playing the full version. Does RC have any restrictions on how much BBBY he could buy? Two Front War, anyone? I mean, if he goes above 10%, then it's an issue because he becomes an insider. We all know I need to update Reddit is just code for I need to refresh my Craigslist ad for covered calls. Shh. Why are you trying to blow my shit up, One No Willie? I've seen you stop by the Craigslist ad. I met you to pick up covered calls at the Trader Joe's last week. Don't you think OI will pick up closer? We get to 160 and 200 ranges. A little bit. I want to hear the original Dillionaire jingle. I played it the other day. I still have it.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Honored to call you a personal in real life friend. Bud. NW, thank you. Thanks, man. Limited ETF creation, and we're still on SSR. I know. I haven't forgotten. I didn't say it's easy for them to push it down yet. Don't forget, when those S&P ETFs are available, or XRTs available, they will. They're not available yet. But we'll still stagnate without that improved options flow to the upside. But yeah, the stagnation can cause that. It can cause people to start FOMOing into like 160, 170, 180, 190, 165s. So if we consolidate at in a high trend, it's very bullish. If we can push up a little and hold this, it's really bullish for next week. I can't believe today's a Friday. Does this Billionaire re-up count? If you play the full version, can you shame me for paper handing Pigeon Whale while you're at it? Paper handing Pigeon Whale now, of all times? You shameful son of a bitch. How could you? How could you do this to me?
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
Sitting here with you muted because of work, and I want to thank you for your tempered disease. You truly care about your viewers' mental health and understand that ripping people means bad traders.
Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be ace, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. No sell, that ain't telling no jokes. Still fuck trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. What a joke.
Throw back.
Pop off with a stopwatch, stop for the popcorn flock. Wall Street bet, quick cash to the top.
You got it, Dan Cam.
Cap gain dodge. Make a little money, I'ma start my own mold farm. Copper, coffee at the Black Rock snack bar. Catch a couple calls, buy a couple more Ralph bar. Bandar, Dan Chuck, wine for the mod car. How high will a repo go? Repo.
Remember when Mo Money used to come in here and do filthy things to our stream? Yeah, I do. I don't know.
Brain so smooth like a meat and dry sheets. Talk a far day call, take a DTE. You would need some kind of direction. Old age, you could
Can XRT shares become available to them intraday? Yes. That is why I cautioned prudent behavior this morning.
No sell, it ain't telling no jokes. Still fuck trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
And then that's it. That's the company that you're buying. You know what I mean? So like that's it. See how simple that is? Keep it simple, stupid. So
WeBull shows volume on 160 calls is third highest today behind 150 and 200 at 11.59k. It's picking up. BBY thoughts right now. Good entry, or should I wait until 21 something again? What's it at? 22. 22 is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It depends on how big of a position you're picking up. If you're picking up a really big position, it might be worth it to sell cash secured puts a little lower and try to average down that cost basis. Or you can, if you buy in big now, you can, sell covered calls to try to bring that cost basis down a little bit. Even on weeklies, you can reduce your cost basis per 100 shares by like $1. So, pretty safely. Expand on the Wyckoff update? Is that a legit expectation? It can be, yeah. Depends on institutional interest, but I mean, that's what it's doing right now. So, yeah, Wyckoff model is usually pretty solid. It's price analysis, not technical analysis. It's based on how smart money moves. I would say that it's always actually accurate, but it's hard to determine when the phases occur. Although I would say that our, current fucking 100% move would count as a spring in a test. But that doesn't mean that we have to succeed in the test. And accumulation and distribution on GameStop happen very rapidly. And if you fully dive into Wyckoff theory, they happen rapidly because GameStop is illiquid and it surges to values far in excess of its book, and so thus drops back into accumulation phases much faster. And so it's unable to sustain higher valuations. Thoughts on Cat on the 4-hour and daily? Losing some steam, but still slightly uptrend. I mean, consolidating at this resistance, but this is good, right? It's not dropping. It's not falling back to its previous supports. So more now than ever, a sustained push to the higher resistances looks better. Really concerned with breaking like 225 here and sustaining that move above 225, so it can start moving up to 240. But this could take some time. I kind of cautioned everyone about that when we started discussing this play. I have Junes, so I'm more than willing to wait to see what comes. A lot of my initial position that I bought back down at 180 got sold off in this upper range, but I am still carrying 215 and 220 calls for June. So it still looks fine. I'm not worried about this at all. As a mental exercise, let's say this last bull flag, you mark it up. This would have stopped out. Definitely. If I had an order placed here, I would have been stopped out. Right. Probably right there. Well, I would have set it here. Set it here, actually. Let's see. Yeah, so I would have been stopped out right here on this drop. But again, that's why you break your position up, right? You never sell 100% of your position at once. Because even if you do get stopped out there, you can just, you still have more to keep following with. I didn't get stopped out. We're just discussing potential like MOASS exit scenario things. Why is this going so hard? This is fire. 11 months and a whole bunch of degenerate 0 DTEs to celebrate. Where my subscription brother and his ginger balls at? Best cams bot for mod. Thank you, AP. I appreciate it, dude. Is it possible for XRT to fail to rebalance? What would that look like? Liquidation of the ETF? Talk to people about how climbing borrow rate has the potential to make this cycle different than the ones we've seen in the past year, excluding January. So the climbing borrow rate means that it's becoming more and more difficult for them to find shares. With the massive amount of shares locked up in the Delta hedge, liquidity in the borrow pool and in ETFs is going to be slim, right? Because the shorts now have to fight against the market makers to obtain shares. And as that continues to drive the borrow rate up, the risk of that short position slipping becomes greater and greater. Every short placed on the stock in the last 3 days is currently underwater. I'm up 100% on some options I bought yesterday, and I feel nothing. What have you done to me? You're welcome. Stuart, I don't know what you said, but thank you. Oh, did you just not say anything? Oh, I just getting past the COVID. Turns out it wasn't a fever dream. I'm actually above my cost basis. Thanks for being my financial wet nurse during this time. Love to you and all the pickle degenerates. Thank you so much, Stuart. I appreciate it, dude. Can't wait to retire this 680C. Thanks, Kirk. Well, if we take a look at our Wyckoff model, hold on. You know, that is the most likely place for us to return. You. Nope. Just gonna not give me piece of shit. There we go. Swanee, you should write more DD for Adabit to rehypothecate if it's gonna run like this every time he posts on RSS. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Swanee. So hold on, I gotta close fucking oscillators. All the oscillators look good. Also, ADX broke to the upside. The trend signal broke to the upside. This is very bullish. Have we had a break to the upside in a trend since the last year? I think last year was the last time we saw. January of last year was the last time we saw no. November 3rd broke to the upside as well. So November 3rd and January of last year were the only 2 times GameStop's ever had a ADX trend break up. Usually this reversal point, like where we saw yesterday, fails. So this is a big deal. So I'll point that out, and then let's take a look at this on like the 1 hour. So currently we're tracking very well with Wyckoff. And this is our most likely SOS is here at 177.64. This is our volume weighted average trading price since March of last year. And then this is the range bound indicator of that between 131 and 224. So, you know, as we approach this or cross this, the likelihood of moving higher becomes less significant. You know, so a cross of 177, after that, you know, the probability of us increasing in price is reduced. So, and then, you know, wherever that test ends up, it could be lower or higher. That will be, you know, the test position for a move into phase E of Wyckoff, where it finds new highs. Historically, GameStop has distributed through this period and then failed. It does not actually move into like a phase E. But, you know, with more forward guidance in the NFT marketplace coming, there could be enough institutional interest to actually drive that improvement. What is Boom Hunter Pro saying? Who gives a shit? The same thing MacD says. Um, 2 V-Wop Fridays in a row with no zero GTEs. What's up with that? Like what, me not buying them? I don't need to. Why take the risk? Rolled all my contracts with no assignment. Are you proud of me? Congratulations, dude. Did we ever chat underwear material? Like synthetic better to stay cool, but they usually squeeze my belly too much. I am now into merino wool, which are great. I can't imagine wearing wool underwear. Daisy seem like wave C? Sort of. Except Elliott wave theory is horseshit garbage based on fractals and idiocy. It's actually no, it's not. It's based off of Wyckoff's theories to a great degree. I feel like Elliott wave is far more inaccurate in its analysis of forward price movement though, and requires a lot of market participation. So stocks like Apple, uh Microsoft, Nvidia, Spy, those tend to follow Elliott wave a lot better than like mid or small cap companies do. Do you have any data evidence, volume or other, that suggests that we have long institutions with us now and GM? Thanks. The options chain is a pretty good indicator. That's not fucking retail spending billions of dollars. We don't have that kind of money. Even when we FOMO. Alto about to break another significant resistance. Not much stopping it from double digits now. Will they be able to continue to short it through ETFs again next week again? Possibly. But remember, with that gamma exposure, there's going to be a lot of pushback. What's going to happen to the 510 gang now that you're buying 680s? I'm kind of concerned about them going extinct. They'll be okay. Elliott is also supposed to be more reliable. It is more reliable on indexes. Elliott wave inaccurate? Are you completely forgetting those 18 times we went over 800 in the last 4 months? I bought a bunch of 160 zero GTEs on a whim and then fear sold them when they were up 50%. Made more than I did for my job this month. Congrats, dude. There's DD on also Alto posted to our YOLO with Domo. I sold some at a profit this morning. It's a okay play. We failed 3 tests of 157 now in a range. You said our momentum was weakest. What are your thoughts as we move into lunch? Uh, it's not great. I don't know if I'd really consider this a test. It wasn't volume backed. It was more just a gap up. We failed 2 tests, which is shitty, but we're also in an ascending wedge, which is bullish. So, you know, capping price action there and looking at this lower trend. We can bounce and break out. I would say that this isn't bearish yet. A breakdown of this trend would be bearish moving into lunch. Right now, you know, these 150 calls are only at like what 0.5 delta, 0.49, 0.59. So the delta of these fives is these 150s is still fairly low. If this surges, you know, above 160, the delta on these is going to go up 30%. There's 23,000 contracts here that are in the money. So you know, 23,000 times 100 times, you know, 30, and that's the amount of shares that are going to need to be hedged if they let it push through up and not up towards 160. Currently have 11 shares under long term. They'll continue to accumulate over the year, average 151. My body is ready. It's me, the 950C from yesterday. I'm up 2 months rent already. Two months rent from lunchtime yesterday. Thanks, Pickle Man. Good job, dude. Them being low on ammo is the most bullish thing about this run. It is. It's a 30 share hedge per contract. But yes, you're right. It's times 0.3. Why not, J Fresh? I'm up $11 to a total of 22. I can afford a cardboard roof on my cardboard house. How do they hedge? By buying shares. 23,000 contracts in the money. It's 100 shares per contract. It's just times 30 shares increased hedge if we move up. So it's 23,000 times 30. In your heart of hearts, what do you think about us breaking 160 today? Dare to hope. And that's in a world where they hedge perfectly, which they don't. Dare to hope, or do you think us being channel locked 155, 145 more likely? We'll see. If we could hold I mean, if we could hold the upper range of this, that's super fucking bullish. Is it hard to get options permission on IBKR? They keep rejecting me. No, not really. You do I guess they're like a little harder than someplace like TDA or WeBull, but it's not that hard. You explain exercising. You're closing you're exercising your right to the 100 underlying shares. It is a binding agreement between you and the options writer. We're almost back up to my cost basis. Fuck yeah, Jonathan. Post MOASS meditation. Nothing but gratitude for you and your team. So thankful for the knowledge you've empowered us with. So excited that we may get to close. We may be close to MOASS and in turn meditation. Let's look at go. Carpe Diem. Thanks, dude. Go speed. Baptized in the brine. My positions I've increased. Haters' tears are mine. Beautiful haiku. Go speed. Thank you. When ETF short shares become available for short hedge funds, we'll have no idea. We'll have no idea until we experience them becoming available. So we broke out of the ascending wedge into a higher, slightly higher trend. Well, maybe not. Still within the same range as this upper trend. So if you look here, so we broke into this upper trend. I don't really have a point of reference for this one, I don't think. Maybe there. It's like a fork. So a breakout of this trend would be our next goal at 159.35. Well, let's say 160. Secret Labs send you referral cash. We all see it every day. They don't. I need to put something over this. I really don't want to advertise it for them. Their chair was $500 and it's mediocre at best. Although it's nice and wide. So if I ever have to do an OnlyFans, you know, I've got a good perch. You submitted a job application. Just submitted a job application. Hopefully I can reject the offer post MOASS. Yeah, no problem, Joseph C. You hydrating? Excitement scale right now, 1 to 10. A 5. Thanks for reminding me to drink some water, though. Do you have theories on why XRT didn't go up this week? Because they're still using it to short. XRT had like negative, was it like 200 million in flow yesterday? 6 point. I wonder what our dark pool volume's looking like for today. I should check. %60.2% deep dark pool volume. 2,500,000 shares. That's high. Fuck. It's so much. If you perch on it, I promise it won't fall over. Speaking from experience. If we break 160, will your excitement level be a 6? 5.2. I have XRT calls. Oh, they can use XRT to short. ETF's on the threshold list. Doesn't really affect anything. Well, it doesn't affect their ability to use creation. ETFs have an infinite float, right? And so you can always obtain a pre-borrow agreement on them. I like how you don't need me anymore and just use my logins. I still need you, turd. Who else is gonna send me data with no I don't even know what I was saying. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm not having a good day. Context. But what was I talking about? I haven't slept in like 3 days, so turd. I was talking about Turdferg sending me shit that doesn't make sense with no context. I didn't even log in to Market Chameleon, by the way, turd. It's just you don't even need to log in to see that. You can just see it. It's just available for free. But I do still need you, turd, for the parking lots. I can't do it on my own. It wouldn't be fun. I thought ETF and Leap stuff was done. No, it's not. They haven't. They haven't finished it. The Leap stuff. There's no Leap stuff. Futures are probably covered by now. Unless ETFs still haven't closed forward contracts to rebalance their NAV, like XRT. Oh. Spy cliff jump? Something happen in the world? That's a rough drop. Eh. Spy's probably fine. Chibi started running too high. Sure. What do you consider a large BBY position? I don't know, like more than 1,000 shares. What price do you sell covered calls to reduce delta by $1 cost basis a week? Like 0.3. If you sell 0.3 delta calls, they should be around $100, like the Friday before. Is this a demand zone? A little bit. We'll see. We might get a bounce. We might not. It was a bit of a rough tumble. Houthi missile hits Aramco oil facility in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Huh. I acknowledged the S&P drop. I saw it. On those drops, the 160 zero DTs are barely moving down. Someone is gobbling them up. Same. On the bounce, my fucking 680s just spiked 12%. Ten-year yield hits 2.5. That's why. We surpassed exuberance line yet? Almost. This is a solid bounce. Did we see any people buying 170, 190 to fill the gap mentioned earlier? Let's take a look. Some 160s coming in, some 200s. Not a lot of 170, 80, or 90 at all. Very small amount. All buying's dwindling a little bit. That's the problem, is like retail gets very psychologically attached to like big psychological resistances, right? So it's like it's almost a trap that retail falls for. Like they'll buy, you know, a 150 instead of like a 140, right? Just because the number sounds better. So we see like big spikes in OI at like 150, 200, but less in between. That was what was so great about January, is like all the strikes were bought out, right? Because the price was running so hard. Don't you think people would FOMO into 170, 180s only after we broke like 160, 165? I suppose, yeah. There's always less liquidity strikes, I know. I set my limits to beat retail to these major thresholds. 148 instead of 150. Smart. People need to buy closer to the money contracts. Everyone try to buy lotto tickets instead of making good options decisions. Yes. I have April 12 190s. Looking to roll further. Any thoughts? Would you roll or just keep it? I mean, you have enough time to see price action play out, but be careful of the downside, because if the price slips hard, those are going to lose value really, really fast. Piston Super talking about options holder looking at sell to cover options with brokers. Where have I heard that before? You really have provided the best info on mechanics. Thanks, George. Volume increasing bigly on SPY. Accumulating to the downside? Let's see. Could be. Yeah, bigger push. What the fuck happened? I mean, we're just gonna have active funds selling out, which isn't gonna be super significant on GameStop. Like, we resisted that last drop by a lot. Also, you've provided the best advice on skincare and pretentious coffee solutions. I know. Whenever Girk says be careful of the downside, you should probably put some stop losses on your positions. It's something to think about. Max Payne's 120. So, massive fire, Shadow falling, reported missile strike. Oil's about to spike. If it hasn't already. What's the name of the software you're using? WeBull? I know you aren't into fibs, but at 164, Jamie hits the golden pocket from the 2021 Jan sneeze. What do you think of Pharrell's skincare line? No joke, you got me searching for a good entry routine to up my baby cherub face or post MOASS Tinder pics. I have no idea. I didn't know Pharrell sold skincare products. Thoughts on holding April's through the weekend if we continue this trend? I mean, if we close above 150 today, I feel pretty bullish going into tomorrow. Or going into Monday. If we don't, I don't know, but it's gonna be depend on your own risk assessment, right? If you don't feel comfortable, there's always the option of taking some, but not all, off the table, you know, to ensure that you don't have any loss. There's nothing worse than the price going up, you know, $80 and then people still losing money. Are gamma ramps down real? Yeah. We got gamma squeezed to the downside from November through January. Hard. And then we got gamma squeezed again to the downside in Feb. Both times those were gamma squeezes. Small ones, but still gamma squeezes. Consistent downward delta pressure. Literally couldn't close these 200C0 DTs if I wanted. Phone battery is dead. Maybe crashing the markets like last year. I mean, there was just a missile strike at a Saudi oil facility, supposedly. I was joking about the gamma ramps. I wasn't. Hashtag GME Squeeze trending on Twitter. Cool. I tried explaining downward gamma ramps to SS. I got chased out with DRS pitchforks. That's the way it works. Does this confirm your new theory on the change of timings for the cycles? It seems to me like they just pushed it forward a month. I don't know if the timing on the cycles has actually changed. This just looks like everything that was due in February plus an extra month of shorting. If we close this high above 120, max pain, Tuesday buy pressure should be tasty. We need to close above 150, a user. Closing above 150 keeps a lot of strikes in the money. It's really important. Otherwise, yeah, we'll have buy pressure, but it won't be as significant. Rig kind of been going up nicely since 10. Nice. Petition to name put ramps to Roberto Gamma ramps. Spy volume was weak going into the 450 test. This fail is necessarily surprising. We need another cycle to confirm anything. We always need another cycle to confirm anything. The cycles will occur until they don't, right? Thanks for all the knowledge. I used to, at least now we know. I mean, I think the biggest thing we've picked up in the last cycle is how to track them very accurately. And know when the positions are being compounded and when the positions are being relieved. Thanks for all the knowledge. I used to listen to other YouTubers who told me not to play options. Currently, I'm 1200% on my 105s. To mitigate risk, do I close out my 145s first? They both expire 4-1. Usually, yeah, you exit from the top down. So, nearest strike to the current price action. Down from there, furthest out of the money, or in your case, in the money. Fuck. Support on this. That's not good. Yeah, XRG is still on threshold. See if this bullish reversal picks up some steam. Thanks for answering my questions, man. I owe you a Dillionaire sub. As soon as I get my first paycheck here in the next few weeks, I'm in. You don't need to worry about it, man. I appreciate the thought. It's the thought that counts. Don't be so bad if 150 proves to be support. Yeah, turnaround here is good. WeBull News has Bazinga article of dubious veracity stating Fed officials just called for a back-to-back 50 basis points for point bumps for both June and July. Okay, I mean those should be priced in on the last dip. Is now a good time to enter cat for that run? Ooh, yeah, not a terrible entry price. But I'd maybe watch it. Might be able to pick up something closer to 220. It might test again. Although it may not. I can't believe the short hedge funds would shoot a rocket at an oil refinery just to suppress GME's price and prevent MOASS. Jesus Christ. This run is dangerous. It's making me feel invisible. I'm the best trader in the world. Congratulations, man. Which Google you buy shares? Oh, the more expensive one has voting rights. So if you want voting rights, then you can pay a little extra for it. Is this a good time to buy Google? I might get assigned on my cash secured put, actually. Oh no, it's still okay. It's a little pricey. This was a good entry. This is where I sold my cash secured put. It didn't keep dropping, but I'd probably wait for like the turnaround, which it may be experiencing now. But I'd watch the market. I think there's more room to the downside. I don't know if this is a good price to buy in at. I think you could probably pick it up at like 26 or like 20, like low 27s. Oof, fuck. Rough. SPY slipped again? Nope. GME shorting. That's relevant. Is that a... They're out. We don't have a lot of resistance in this room. I guess 146 remains our next low resistance. It's also the midday, so, volume's drying up a little bit. This like downward price movement isn't all that unexpected. Hopefully we find support here at 48.50. That's where I'd be looking for the next. I don't know, you guys can't see that, can you? Shouldn't see what the Google float is. Oh, it's huge. It's like 554 million shares. And they're splitting it 20-1. So what I'm trying to do is right now is I'm selling CSPs on Google. Like 30 DTE CSPs. And I'm hoping that I don't get assigned, and I'm just building up premium so I can buy shares before the split. Before it starts moving into that like pre-split run. So like maybe a month out. So I'm probably looking at like July. Or June? Early June? I think it's early June. If I get assigned, I'll deal with it, but it's not ideal. I guess if I get assigned, I still get assigned at 2,500. Could be worse. Because every 5 shares of Google, you post split, you'll get 100 shares, right? Which is enough to sell CCs on. Google, Amazon's doing this too. These are really good income generation stocks. High value calls. So like I have some Google, but not enough to sell CSPs. Same for Amazon. And so post split, I'll be able to sell CSPs on them or CCs on them, which is huge. What would be your entry point on those? Ideally before the pre-split run up, which can start about 15 days into the before the split occurs. Because post split, it's gonna be hard to get in. I think there'll be a lot of volume and FOMO into the companies post split when it's cheaper to buy in and like liquidity is better. Especially with like economic uncertainty. Do you prefer Google or Amazon for CCs? For owning, I think Amazon's slightly has slightly more growth potential than Google. But I think they're both going to be really solid over the next like 5 to 10 years. Would you wait for the price to go back up after the split before selling CCs? Yeah. I'll wait for that like initial like post split FOMO to like peak and then probably sell CCs around there for like 90 days out and then just manage the position from there. But if I can get, 100 shares, that's 10 CCs a week I can sell on Google, which is, or like 10 CCs every 90 days, 45 days, or a week. Probably shorter time frames while it's more volatile. Is this the part where we gap up to 180? We'll see. This isn't like a super strong recovery. My cost basis got stopped out on my 680s on that dip. But the rest of the contracts I have are all profit, so I'm fine with that. Google or Amazon have better premiums? I mean, it just depends. Usually Amazon. Of the two, Amazon is better, but I don't mind owning either one. So, same play on both for me. I'm just kind of hoping I don't. Amazon's a little trickier. I might get my CSP is not in as good a position over there, so I might get assigned. But generally, when a company's moving into like a big blue chip is moving into a split like that, it drives the price up pre-split, and you can sell CSPs under, right? Because the price is continuously moving up, and so your risk of assignment is very low, and you can just grab like a bunch of premium in this range, and then buy in before the split, and then when the split happens, it drives a bunch of FOMO, which shoots the stock back up. Jamie splitting soon? Is that Win Moon? I don't think Jamie is splitting. I think Cohen specifically said he doesn't believe. Congrats, man. Feeling freaking great today. I recovered all my losses from yesterday and then some. Overall, more than double my port this week. Fucking stoked. Nice, man. CSP sell to open? Yes. Just joined. What was that? A pink hot dog? Yep. Entropy rate of change is a thing. What kind of thing? Like a bullish thing or a shitty thing? Sean McHenry, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. If there was a follow-up to that question, let me. I don't know. Jimmy is back high enough where he could get away with a split. I don't think so. I mean, Jimmy can only split 3-1 anyway. Or they have to buy back shares. If they buy back shares, they could split 4-1. How many do they need to buy back to do that? They need to buy back 1.34 million shares to split 4-1. You're gonna sell 100 shares of a stock anyway. Well, I mean, if you are, sure, but I have no desire to sell 100 shares of any of these companies. Those are like buy and hold investments, right? Like I have no problem owning Google or Amazon for GameStop for that matter for 5 to 10 years. I just got on. You sold your alto calls? Yeah, they were up enough. Not it's not like my favorite play, so quick profits. If we close above 150 today, what price action do you expect next week? T+2, more ups. Why does XRT reg show matter? Why is the borrow rate still so high? Because they need to borrow shares, and XRT hasn't been rebalanced. What do you think of the current price action? Fine, we're holding 150. It's midday too, so volume's dying off. Pretty dramatically, I think. After this drop. If we can stagnate here above 150, that's very good. But if I was gonna sell something, oh yeah, then, you know, whatever, you just sell cover calls at whatever price that you want to sell the stock at, and then wait till you fill. And until you fill, you just collect premiums. Pull the chaos and XRT, would there be a play on buying puts? Maybe, if they clear the short interest off it. Like fade the peak, but right now I don't think so because they haven't covered anything. So buying puts would just get blown up. What would happen if they get liquidated? They have to settle all their obligations, and then whatever remains in the fund is distributed out to the shareholders. Since BBY is not on the threshold list, then do we need to wait longer? Possibly. Or we at least need to wait until the FTD report. We need to see if Ryan Cohen's buy-in triggered an event more like last August on GameStop, last August, or triggered an event more like last December. How much of it is retail versus institutional interest? I would say a significant amount of it's institutional. There's retail FOMO, but it's not like it was in January of 21. Entropy is accelerating upwards violently. I'm ready for either a big bounce or a chippity chop next week. I think if we hold above 150, we'll see some. That makes sense. Yeah. How does an ETF go bust? They can run out of available shares, or have a negative net asset value. Oh, negative net asset allocation. That's what I was thinking as well. Interesting we were still seeing that, though, at the higher price action. The illiquidity is just causing massive pressure in either direction. Interesting. It is. They need those ETFs, and without those ETFs online to balance out that liquidity, they're just going to keep borrowing. And that's limited in scope too. I mean, it's unlimited, right? But the borrow rate increasing makes it limited. It's a tricky position, and the market makers aren't hedging appropriately still, right? They're still taking delta risk. And so, if we really do close out this week above 150, it's compelling what could happen next. Because so much of that open interest is institutions. If they're ready to exercise, we're ripe for a gamma squeeze. What would you do if you were the short hedge funds? I don't know. Keep trying to stabilize the price until I could get my hands on some liquidity. Appreciate all you do. Can you briefly go over your strategy to enter BBBY with CSPs? Thank you, Saipan. Yeah, I just sell CSPs at 20. If I get filled, awesome. If I don't, I sell more. Take the profits from selling those CSPs and buy shares at market. I mean, my cost basis on BBBY, because I chased a little, is still above its current price. So I'm just averaging it down. Taking the calls, the shares I do buy, selling covered calls at like 0.2, 0.3 to 0.1 delta calendar spreads, and then taking those profits and buying more shares. So strangling it a little wide, like a wide strangle, and then just buying shares with the profits to build the position. Mostly because I just have a shitload of money tied up right now between GameStop and Cat. Otherwise, I'd probably just buy more. It's almost as if we should trade around S&P rebalances. Rip my calls. Maybe, but that wasn't true previously, right, Turd? That could be true moving forward. But like March of last year wasn't super great. Neither was July. which was the Russell rebalance. That was terrible. Maybe we should trade around S&P rebalances if the stock's sub $100. And don't forget, they might have been able to sustain the position that extra month through OPEX because the price was so low. I think everyone forgets about that part. CC selling time? I don't know. SPY's still slipping, right? Nope. SPY's recovering. GameStop is not. XRT doing. XRT slid too. So some shorting. I don't know. IV's staying elevated. Maybe we just fall back down to the neckline here at 146. This is the best time of day for them to short. So I'm not super concerned. If you look at the midday, it's usually where we experience our biggest dips. Because volume dies off, there's not a lot of interest. Here. This day was weird, but we still had a decent dip here. So like our initial spike down, test up, down, test to the downside, and then a run. Almost every day we'll experience our greatest dip in the midday when volume's low, and buy side is weak during this period, and because GameStop is illiquid and gappy, you get midday dips, right? So I'm not super afraid of this price action. So it's a lot of them taking advantage of the weak buy pressure, but not necessarily that they're shorting really hard. Like we don't see volume increasing on these shorts significantly. Should we expect XRT to jump when shares are being returned? We should expect XRT to jump when shorts are being covered. XRT is sold very, very, very short, right? Because that makes creation cheaper. So you sell it short and then you create shares, and that makes you get arbitrage on that creation redemption process. So every step they use, to create value in the arbitrage on those shares. When the AP goes to the ETF and shorts the ETF before creation, right? When the AP shorts the underlying, and then the ETF, moves into forward contracts on that underlying after it's been shorted. I mean, it's just a value engine through and through. And then because of Reg Show and Reg T, the ability and cash settlement of failures in ETFs, the ability to push forward those obligations into the future makes the whole process very, very, very profitable. You should stream every day. You're good at it. I do. Spine chopping harder than Bruce Lee. Also, BTC Weekly pushing into the bull market support band for the first time since December. We're running towards a golden cross. This is a crypto stream, yeah? After hours prediction? Fuck yourself, Cap. How long do golden crosses take to play out on BTC? Is that like a 3-month time frame, like a 90-day move? Like I don't really follow it enough to know it's like seasonality. Is short hedgehogs expecting me to sell my 0 DTEs on that dip? I have a surprise for them. You didn't? Is that the surprise? What mechanism was used to can kick OPEX 1 month for GME? I thought OPEX can't be can kicked. It can theoretically. You can use ETFs to cover gamma exposure. It's just really fucking expensive, right? Because then you're using creation to cover exposure on options obligations. Heard it was 14 days from someone. Go fuck yourself. You son of a bitch. All my dreams have been realized. I was blocked by Jim Cramer on Twitter. I can finally die happy. Congratulations, Dan Almighty. Last year on this day, we had a $60 price increase through 24.21. Close was 120. We were trading 183 the next day. Maybe something to rebalancing 2-2. Maybe. The days are offset because it's a different year, but sure. Like this date last year doesn't have the same. It doesn't fall into the same schedule. But can we consider this our new floor, or should we expect more short hedge funds fuckery next week? Oh, we should definitely expect more fuckery. The fuckery isn't done. If the fuckery's done, then yeah. I mean, that's not good. Right? We don't want the fuckery to end. We want the fuckery to continue full force. If you were to pick up June calls on Jimmy at this dip, what strike would you do it at? Would be a nice play for next week's Gex. If you were to pick up June calls on Jimmy at this dip, what strike would you do? I mean, I would stay relatively near the money. Point 0.5 to 0.35 delta at most. Although, you know, I did that previously, that conservative buy, and then missed out on untold out of the money tendies, but I prefer the more risk averse approach personally. Are you going to continue doing videos in School of Stock? Yeah, I mean, when I have time. I've had a lot of shit. I already have another video kind of ready to go, but then I blew up my hard drive, so that's gone. So now I've got to remake it, which is exciting. So ETF share creation was an incredibly desperate move. I mean, if they used it to subvert their OPEX obligations, then yes, right? It pushes like I told you guys, the only way to cover exercised calls is by buying shares or using creation, right? Because you can't use bona fide market making to provide liquidity there. So there's only really two routes to go. And so by going if they went the route with ETFs and creation, you know, it increases their losses exponentially on top of the losses they already sustained due to the naked calls they sold. So it's and improper hedging of those calls. So it's a really, really super desperate move to avoid buying at market. Have you ever followed a squeeze up before? And if so, how quickly might you keep adjusting your stop limits as price soars? Yeah, I have. You know, I look for periods of consolidation and then adjust my price limits. If it's just rocketing up, you know, I'll move like my price, I'll move some stops like slowly behind the upward price action in case it just turns around hard and doesn't consolidate. but always exiting little parts of my position over time, slowly backing out. You know, if like everyone's goal is always to like exit the peak, right? But in reality, like you're very unlikely to time this. But if you're exiting, you know, here and here before the price really falls off a cliff, then you know the average of your position is very good. Like the average exit across your position is very good. Think of it like a bell curve. I don't like this drop below 160, 146. Is the market still moving down, or is this independent of the market? This is bad. This is sustained short pressure, and we're going to start to see some selling of Delta. This is our next resistance to the downside right here. Ouch. It's not the market dropping though. The market's stabilized. We're dropping independent of the market. We'll start ripping after lunch. Watch. People always say that. Freg's Day PTSD. We'll see. I mean, the rest of my calls are in the money, but I closed my 680s while they were still profitable because on this drop, IV's going to crush either way. I can re-enter, see a turnaround, but my out of the money. What is Freg's Day? It used to be November 23rd. A little bit of a turnaround. How can hedge funds afford to pay these borrow costs and constantly putting negative press on GM? I don't have anything to worry about. That just makes their position more profitable. But that doesn't mean that like they're worried, right? Short and distort's just a profitable tactic. That doesn't necessarily show fear or panic on their side. For those of you that wish you said you bought more shares under 150, fair. 45 is the EMA 5-minute. Keep calm. See, we need to break 150 on, I think, on this bounce to be strong. XRT big volume spike. I think so. Frags Day on Feb 18 rolling. I think down around 5 or 6K on options over the last year. Are you back up now? Or is that counting this? That's not super bad. Try zooming in to help the bounce. This push off 146 is pretty bullish. It's not. It's only bullish if we break up from the trend, which is high. Otherwise, it just continues to be bearish, right? As price collapses. So we need to break up through this into a higher channel. I keep feeling the test of the EMA20, not so bullish. Do we have dark pool data yet? It's about 60% today. That's good. Betting on a borrow rate bump soon? Probably. If we break 150, yeah. Isn't selling CSPs on Google easy money? I'm seeing something like 7% a week or 14th of April for a strike that's not likely to get assigned. Yeah, it's pretty decent money. It requires a lot of capital or margin though. They're expensive. What are the key things you looked for there when choosing that call? Ivy, strike, open interest. Why doesn't the SEC law put a limit on how many percent can trade in dark pools? Why would they? What do you mean by people will be selling Delta? Selling off the hedge. So reduction in after we've crossed gamma max, any reduction in price will lead to a reduction in total market gamma, meaning less hedge, less exposure. Why does the media call RC an activist investor and not just a investor? It's a very nice term for a corporate raider or somebody who performs hostile takeovers of companies. Do they have restrictions on that? Apparently, 0.5% of total volume in the stock. The dark pool needs to be printed. Anything less than 5% is not. Oh, okay. 146 is a strong support on the 4-hour. We bounced off it on a 423. This is a formation of a higher low that we're about to run hard soon. Oh, and the current bounce proves it. We'll see. It needs to push up a little more. SPY confirmed bounce. SPY's breaking up. Double bottom. Looks okay. May still experience a little bit of consolidation. My worry with GameStop is moving against the market. If the market was stable, we were still being dropped. Imagine if the Ryan Cohen in chat was the real one this whole time. That'd be funny. Incorrect DD on it in 8 to 12 months. No, it was pointlessly outdated and wrong. Definitely. Not Girk's Bull Mayo guy. So it was in fact both. I keep reloading the stream to watch ads to increase your ad revenue. Thanks, Hafra. 2 cents at a time. I love you, man. Dark pool high percentage. Could that mean afternoon run? It could, yeah. If we close below 150 today, do you think there will be a good entry next week? Maybe. I might buy into some calls. Close above 150 today. End of day. There might not be a good entry next week. It's risky. It's risky to try to, because a lot could happen in pre-market. Tesla dead? Stupid weed. I mean, Tesla's just turning around also. It looks like it's gonna come up and test V-Wop. Thank you for what you do. I'd feel alone in this ride if it wasn't for you. Problem, man. Take advantage of this low IV to buy May $40 BBBY calls. Is IV really low on BBBY today? I feel like it's kind of spiked. Yeah, IV's definitely up a little bit still on BBBY. Still need to read that. Line you, bitch. This is good. Distance for that. It's like an ascending inverse head and shoulders. Let's see. This is still bullish. I don't like the resistance there, but it's expected. We did break 150 on the initial part of the run though, which is good. Buy pressure is high. Why isn't Jimmy on the top of your watch list? They're sorted by price. Andrew just trolls us. Help me with my paper trading. What is considered low IV? What is considered high? Low IV would be like 10, 15%. High is probably anything above like 40, 30, 40. GameStop is exceptionally high. Chill, yeah. Ooh, why intraday cup and handle? Is this a good entry on AMC? What are your thoughts on that Boston Consulting and their employees being Citadel related? Who gives a shit? Everybody in finance works for everybody else in finance at some point in their career. It's a small talent pool. Talent being arguable. What do you think of Gary Gensler and Jeff Bezos working for Goldman Sachs? How do you feel about that? Who gives a shit? Fucking ridiculous. Tinfoil hat nonsense conspiracy. If you had an extra 20k to throw into a play, would it be thrown into GME, DDS, Goog, or Amazon? I don't know. They're all kind of different. Yeah, so there's a correlation, old Super Smash Bros, because of actively traded funds, right? So, when the market goes up, those funds then buy into the underlying stocks, or those funds buy into the underlying stocks, pushing the market up. Could it either way. But there's lots of mutual funds and actively traded ETFs that track GameStop, and so you can expect some correlation with the market. The whole negative beta thing was bullshit from the get-go. We're actually highly correlated to market movement because we are in, like, GameStop's in so many ETFs. Is it true Freg worked at BlackRock? He had an ownership interest at one point. Is Freg Ryan Cohen? I don't know. How do you not know who Freg is, Dancan? You've been here since the beginning. Pushing for V-Wop. Trend's a little extra bullish, so that's good. This trend. So if we can break into a higher one. Using some steam. I think we're gonna see another like steep shoulder. What time is it? 12:21. We might see another drop to like 148. This can break down if it. I mean, it might bounce here, but if it fails VWAP again, it's gonna. I think it'll break down. anyone else expecting a large gap up during the actual squeeze to prevent FOMO? Maybe. Is it typical to literally see lunchtime on a stock? And if so, how long is trader lunch? AR had lunch today, 12 to 12:50 to 12:20, based on Bollinger Band tightening. Yeah, I mean, usually liquidity in the market drops in the afternoon. So usually market liquidity is kind of like your morning open and then into the afternoon and then power hour. Like that. I love how everyone keeps saying the actual squeeze like it's confirmed. I mean, all of this price action is still currently hedged, so don't leave that out of your analysis of is this MOASS. My dog has been super excited about your stream and Jimmy price action, but she keeps asking if you'd give her a shout out in her native language. Stop talking to me about your fur baby. Um, is it Fluffy Osa or Fluffy Osa? Harry Potter style, if you're not cool enough to get the reference. I mean, I get the reference. It's Fluffy Osa. Like Furiosa. Careful, your shill is showing. Whoops. Sorry. Not safe for work. How do you know it's hedged? Because they have 1K hedging in the options chain before the run started, implying an entropy hedge. Which means that they are not exposed to gamma or price increase. Volga Vana white squeeze is gonna happen, Dad. Alright. We'll see. Potential's there. Potentially happen. What is a Vanna White squeeze? It's a volatility squeeze. It's what happened in last January. I thought they couldn't get a counterparty. They couldn't for a long time, and then they did. Let's say another word that I don't know, and then finish it with trust me, bro, to make me feel better. Try to think of Shodden. Stump me, turd. I don't know the extent of your vocabulary. I don't know how difficult I should go. Allegedly. That's what I was gonna say, Gaff, but then I just figured like not enough people would get it. Give it to us real hard. Give you what real hard? Golden Retriever level of vocab, please. Well, there's the other shoulder. Your vernacular is weak. I just don't want to. I don't want to ever say anything that makes me answer more questions. Like, you know how they say that, like, social media influences our behavior? That's how it's influenced me. You look like a fighter pilot in that chair. You need a V-Wop helmet and a visor, and you're all set. That sounds amazing. When they place the entropy swap, it means that the price is more likely to go up. But it also means they're hedged against that upwards price movement. When in meetings, is momentum dead? Stagnant. Not dead. How comfortable is that chair? Not great. This is a big shoulder. It is. It's not a beautiful one. It's pretty burly. And on the wrong side. It's still recovering in the same range of as the previous shoulder. Like this is where you're looking. So you guys can see we're looking at this price range. What strike prices and expiration are you looking at? If we close above 150, currently have some 150, 180C for 415. Thank you. May this $3 go toward a modular power supply training. Fucking dick. I'd probably be looking at like 160 through 180, 190 maybe. Bar rate on IBKR dropped 0.3. Mass over. I don't think that's indicative of MOASS being over. Higher strikes opened up on the options chain overnight through May. That helps them hedge volatility to the upside, though. It's not necessarily a good thing. Did you even tilt the hat so far you're wearing it over your ear? Essentially, you can just be TI for the next 3.5 hours. Is Docu dead? I don't know. I sold all mine. It fell back below 100. I mean, that's not good, but it's likely just following the market. Remember the days when Pi-Fi used to draw us pickles? That was back when he loved us. It was back when I wanted to draw pickles. Is God dead? Thing has to exist before it can die. Can we expect some dark pools dumping soon? Not 1269 yet. So at which point would confirm a reverse head and shoulders pattern? If we bounce right now? Did you draw veiny pickles? Like a couple of them. Do the camera and tell us your name is Lance. What is dead may never die. How did Dark Pool Dubs 1269 help GME Prime? Well, if there's buy orders being internalized when those dump to the exchange, it can drive price action. Did you buy back your BBBY CCs? Yeah, I shouldn't have though. I bought back my 2350s. My 25s I left. I don't think you're cool enough to be a TI enthusiast. I mean, he's done songs with Justin Timberlake, so I'm aware of his existence. Are my 2200C 0 DTEs going to print average of 0.22? Probably not. Volume drier than AMC's Froyo? What's up, best cams, fun, hot girls and boys video chat? How likely do you see a retest of 155 today? It'll depend greatly on what happens in the next hour. BTC doesn't really like the 45k level. There's probably just a lot of paper hands at that price. I'm sorry, profit takers. Why so much volume this week? Go read my last 6 DDs. Give me the stats on your HDD. Let's see if we can crowdsource a replacement board. I got a ton of spare parts in my shop. Seagate Barracuda 7200. I don't know what fucking firmware edition it is. It's I don't know what any of these numbers. Did Movement die? No, he's probably okay, actually. Are EMAs, I think he ruled everything out. Are EMAs useful in downtrending markets, or are they just useful for trend reversals and uptrends? They can be useful in downtrending markets, or you need you need slower speeds. So you can create like a divergent ribbon, but I mean even then, if it continues to trend down below that, they kind of become useless. T minus 20 minutes until someone asks how to sell a covered call. How do you sell a covered call? Are we forming a reverse head and shoulders starting from 150? We formed a reverse. Well, we had a bullish reversal and it failed. So we may be forming a new reverse head and shoulders. Super great. Do you think MMs have been internalizing GME buy orders this week? Of course. Dark pool volume stays at like 60%. Are CC same like shares? Same like shares you're not using for a little while. Do you use Excel? No, I fucking hate Excel. It's everything I despise. Information in little boxes. Ugh. I didn't go to school and work hard to fucking put numbers in boxes. I had to take an Excel course for my undergrad, and I pretty much just cheated. Like barely passed the final. I'm using Excel right now at work. Sorry. Then where do you keep your numbers? Post-it notes, blackboards. Come with me to the dark side. With Excel, you have no idea the power we have. This is a breakdown. This is not bullish. This is poop. Poopy breakdown. Don't put me in a post-it note. It's too late. Numbers can be fun. What are other options books you've recommended besides Strategic Investment? Finish that one first. Same, but I didn't pretty much just cheat. I straight cheated on the entire class and then had a friend help me with the take-home final. My teacher heart breaks to hear that you cheated. I just didn't do the homework. It wasn't just because I didn't want to. I also had a job that was it messed with my scheduling. I probably could have done something about that, but nah. I put my retirement into Jimmy 0 DTEs. Why did you break my financial heart? I. Time to update Reddit. Probably. Ah, hold on. It's not over yet. So how do you sell a covered call exactly? You just, if you own shares, you just sell to open a call. I still have 1269 volume to come. Sure. Hurry and draw one of those lines we bounce off of. I did already. I rug pulled it. Captured significantly less gains than I could have in my account, but still basically double. Congrats, dude. How will we see the effects of institutional exercise? Dark pool dump? Probably see buying on the lit exchange. I'd like to get my hands on who bombed Iran today. Iran get bombed? The Halo TV show? No. One of the most confusing things for me as a noob options guy is that terms used by brokers are not the terms used by people. People say cash secure put. Brokers say put sell to open. Okay. It depends on your brokerage, but sure. It's just a short and a long side of each trade. Tesla seems to be holding above 1,000 pretty strong and just failed the test of V-Wop. What would indicate a reversal to the upside? Probably a move back towards V-Wop. Does the lack of volume of these drops give any hope for the afternoon session? No. Critical hits. Thank you so much for coming to Cornishon. Completed a whole day head and shoulders on the 5-minute, but it's on an uptrend, so maybe not a significant drop. Maybe not. So, what to get Streamlabs working since you fucked your computer? So I started. This is actually what tied up so much of my time. I started using Streamlabs OBS, and it fucking sucks, and I hate it. I hate everything about it. It's a laggy piece of shit compared to regular OBS. Streamlabs OBS is basically bloatware. Yeah. I want to say thanks. Because of you, I get to spend way more time with my family. Cool, man. I think the lesson here is don't ever spend money on anything with lab in the name. I mean, I didn't spend any money on it. It's free, but by no means should you use Streamlabs OBS. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we can try to set some things up. I need to figure out how to do other stuff as well, so maybe this weekend, like, hey, are you gonna be around? I just want to review products and then talk about how awful they are. Like, I want people to give me their merchandise for free for me to just roast it. Like an opposite review channel. That's what I'm gonna do. Fuck stocks. Shit's too annoying. Interesting numbers can be fun. Now you're going onto the blackboard. Taking you off the post-it note. This should get the trolls going. I just transferred all of my shares from CS to my brokerage for selling CCs. We should do gherkin meme reviews during the midday lull. Like the restaurants that are mean and rude to people, but YouTube. Nice. Yeah. Full disclosure, I'm a light stream shill. I don't even know what that is. I hate you because of your knowledge. I have more time to spend with my family. Just spend it somewhere else. This is double bottom inverse head and shoulders. Man, I'm retarded with charts. It's just a double bottom. It's within a 5% range, so 2.5% range. No, it's because if we close above 150 today, they might start running it Monday morning. With Gamma Max at 143, the unsustainability above is expected, no? Yeah. But you also expect Gamma Max to move up with FOMO pushing in. The rumors that you and Freg are the same person. Right when Freg came back, you lost all your color. People think it's because your camera broke, but I think it's because you unmerged with Freg. I'm not Freg. Why would I spend time donating from Canada and talking to myself. Oh, wait. Do you think they took advantage of the SPY falling to short? I mean, it's more that active funds trade out because the SPY fell. Trust me, bro, you'll never be able to rip my high quality bull mayo yogurt. Cool. Celine Dion is Canadian. Is Freg Celine Dion? Interesting. We're bots. You're talking to yourself. I know. Whatever. There's worse things I could do. At least I'm good company. I thought you spent all day talking to bots to boost your channel and get apes on super stocks about your cover calls. I mean, it's not working. Rolls Royce went off. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a snack of some sort. I will return momentarily. We're on like a little uptrend. People can enjoy. Sure, we're at 146.69. 66. The PP and sack formation. Should I play Elden Ring on the new video card later today? Yes. You gonna stream it? No, I was just gonna play it. Play Elden Ring and crash something else on your computer. Playing with pickles, please. It's been a long time dream of ours, right? Stream it or you're a shill. You know there's many that would call me a shill for streaming anything that wasn't GameStop. There's people that call me a shill when I look at other stocks. Pull for stream it. I'll stream it on my Twitch though. Hold on. I don't think it. I figure the next best way to support GameStop is by playing the first video game I've been able to play in a year. Stream like 2 hours of character creation and then stop. That's probably how it's gonna go down. That you bought on Steam? I mean... Yes, we just want more GME community streams. Thanks, Ryan Cohen, ETF. Come back to the stock when we move. No. If you have 1,000 GME shares, what CCs would you be looking at selling? Average is 148 a share. Above 148. I swear to God, I'll call BlackRock HR and tell them you've been helping us make money if you don't stream Elden Ring. I don't think my computer's really set up for video game streaming, or my OBS. I'll give it a shot. See what happens. Who's voting no right now? That's my question. Who's voting no? Just don't watch. Play TFT? I don't have it downloaded. Who is voting now? Also, who reported the poll? That was you, Gaff. I mean, I was gonna take some time off and chill. That was the point of me playing. I do have fiber internet, but have you ever installed a Riot game? It doesn't matter how fast your internet is when they have dial-up servers. Just stream S&P futures all night. Can you explain how to read the CV V-Wop chart? Sure. When it goes away from the middle, it means that there's arbitrage, either positive or negative, based on which direction. And the amount of that arbitrage or divergence can increase to a point where it hits the signal lines, which means that the snap back to neutral can be violent. Play League of Legends. I want to remember how miserable I used to be when I played. Yeah, I don't want to remember how miserable I used to be when I played it, so I'll pass. I think League of Legends is probably responsible for some of the most toxic behavior in my entire life. Oh my god, your ball and wean formation was perfect. I know. True or false? Always sell CCs above your dollar cost average? That can be false sometimes. Sometimes you're selling them to make a profit. Or you're selling them but have no intention of selling the underlying. Do you know who Donkey is? I fucking love Donkey. I got downvoted to Middle Earth on Wednesday for sharing my opinion in a post on the value of your channel to the broader community on GMETA, DD, and infotainment. Yep, that's how it works. If you want karma, just say bad things about me. 161k people watching Elden Ring on Twitch right now. Imagine the elite force of Weekly's FOMOers you could scoop up for next week. Sometimes your stock goes down 80% and you need to sell CCs way low. Yeah. I'm still playing League of Legends, Teemo mid, jungle only. If I'm going to suffer from others' toxicity, others will have to suffer my Teemo gameplay. See, that's the problem, is everyone's like, you always have like half the team trying to win and the other half of the team trying to ensure that the first half of the team can't win. No song, you're a shill. 1269 is not over yet. All right, first off. Yeah, still made it in time, so get fucked. I've been trying to figure out how to tell you this. I like normal candles more than pink and ashi on actual volume. Fight me. Okay. Is BBBY inverting GME? Interesting. Interesting is Ivy didn't go down on this drop. What other Souls games have you played before? All of them? Best chicken sandwich. I don't know. Chicken on sandwiches is okay. Chicken parmesan. Best chicken sandwich. If done properly. You ever see the game Deepiok Galactic? No, but that sounds dope. Sekiro? I cannot picture you enjoying games like that. I never played Sekiro. I played Dark Souls, all the Dark Souls games and Demon Souls to completion. Sometimes multiple times. Deep Rock Galactic. Cool. I've never played it. I haven't played a video game in like a year, so anything new I don't know about. I got a 3080 Ti. Clip it to completion. Have you played Bloodborne? Yes, briefly. I didn't get to finish it because it was on PlayStation. I only had a PC at the time, so I just like played it at a friend's house. You should play Battlefield 2042 and realize that you just wasted however many dollars you spent on it. Nice. Returnal on PS5 snubbed for GOTY last year. Returnal. I don't know. If it's on a console, I'll never play it. I refuse to own consoles besides the Switch I have, and I don't even use that. How bull are you right now? 4.8. Just got done watching another ad for stream revenue and came back to you saying completion. You're welcome. .8 out of 5? 4.8 out of 10. If we bounce here, 4.9. Another plug for Returnal. I'm uber serious. I can tell. Yes, let my BBBY CSPs go in the money. Rig kind of doing a thing. Cool. I still have leaps on that. It is kind of doing a thing. How are you ever going to find a nice girl? Why would I want one of those? Jimmy goes up 30% in 1 hour. The bull flag on the 5-minute. Yeah, I'm about 5.1 bull, guys. Yeah. I'm not gay. I just don't want a nice girl. Although I guess you'll never really know, Moon. Even if I was gay, you'd be the last dude I'd ever fuck. We need you at a 6.9. Tiny vacuum? It's charging right now. What about a mean girl? That's more compelling. What are your opinions on Coldplay? I'm not bullish on it. You had to pick a chick from Mean Girls. Oh. Hmm. That's tough. Lindsay Lohan was in her prime in that movie. Not wrong. I forgot you're up pretty nice this week. Go ahead, mate. Celebrate. Thanks, Mick Long Johnson. Amy Poehler. Regina George is like perfect for you. Don't you like a mean? But is she really mean, or does she learn does she learn her lesson? I'm trying to think if there's anybody who stays mean. Do you know why there are expiry dates of March 30th, 31st, and April 1st for SPY options? Oh, I think they're moving the SPY to everyday expirations. Dig Dug got me stressed out though. I'm sorry, Trina. Gretchen Wieners. Gretchen Wieners is probably the hottest one. I don't know. Pre or post bus? Pre bus accident. What about Aubrey Plaza? I find her intriguing. Wait, you mean I can make 0 DTE degen plays daily? Yeah. Hey Gork, I'm carrying a short position on DWAC. It was placed on threshold yesterday. When should I close my position? It's been on threshold a bunch of times, I think. As long as they continue to release liquidity, I don't think you need to worry about it. But 13 days, technically. There were no teenagers in that movie. I don't know. Is it inappropriate to ask for somebody's body count if you're dating that someone? Do you want the answer? Did you get your rowing session in today? I did like 15 minutes this morning before the stream. Current bull level still in the 4s. Yeah, it's actually 4.7 now. If the person you're dating doesn't want to tell you her body count, is that considered a red flag in your opinion? No? Who cares? I mean, if you're getting up to sexual activities, you should probably ensure that there's nothing going on there, but outside of that, why would it matter? Can your body count be negative? I don't know. Is the clap a deal breaker for you? Yeah, I'd say so. What do you want, Moon? Stop asking me questions. Since you have enough capital where you no longer like to day trade, can you please give us some pointers? That's literally all I do, Stefan. Stop nagging me. You're like a petulant child. Can you count yourself and your body count? I think that's just like a net zero. What made you go for a rower over a treadmill or a bike? Also, would you recommend it? I mean, it's a better workout than a treadmill or a bike. It's a little easier on some joints. Treadmills are boring. It's just like walking, but in place. Petulant is a bit strong. Well, that's debatable. What company's stock options are you looking at to enter right now? What? I don't know. I have position. I'm not really looking to enter anything new. I'm buying into BBBY still. You know the poll is dropped to 70%. I think there's a strong push for me not to stream Elden Ring, which makes me want to stream it more. Cardio is garbage. Shut up and lift weights. I mean, cardio is garbage if you want to have a six pack until you're 45 and then die when you're 50. I can agree with that. You know you can do both. They're not mutually exclusive. He's falling for the reverse psychology of the bearish Elden Ring vote brigade. Someone said Vitality borrow rate up to 7. Nice. Jacebar is leading an anti-Elden Ring shill attack. Oh well. I'd love to watch you stream Elden Ring, but I think it'll make you cut back on your DD. Interesting. Visiting no RSS people, they will still hate watch. Only powerlifters say cardio is garbage. Confirm 7% fidelity. Cool. JC, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, dude. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies.
I don't want to draw the triangle because it's so obvious.
Praise be to RC and the V-Wop, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van G.
How dare you? I'm a pigeon whale. He's capital JC. You're lowercase JC.
Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
Play Street Fighter? Oh man, I'd probably suck so bad at that right now. I don't have a fight stick. I mean, for the game. If you owned DDS shares, would you be selling for BBBY? I do and no. Long-time fan, wondering if you have any recommendations for options brokers in Canada. IBKR? This would be the first time I've played it. One, cardio is garbage. Two, today looks like your high FTD chart days from back in the poor days. Three, I just switched to IBKR from TD Canada 100,000 million times better. A million times better? How many zeros is that? I can't tell if it's 6. Yeah, it's 6 zeros. If you don't have a controller, you might to rebind some keyboard controls. I have a controller. I just have to find it. I don't know where I put it. Who do you main in SF5? I bet you're a Toxic Bison player. I did play Bison in SF5. He's dope. But I didn't like SF5. I thought it was a shit game. IBKR versus Fidelity for options trading. I prefer IBKR out of those two. You know you can replace the hard plastic armrests with squishy ones? These are squishy. They're hard, but squishy. By still chopping harder than a chef with 5 pounds of onions to dice. What's the difference between a pennant and a wedge? A pennant has the same lows. A wedge has lower lows. Wedge. Pennant. Same is true if they're going to the upside, but opposite. IBKR has super fast execution. Yep. Any puts to hold us down yet? Nothing significant. Which is more bullish percentage-wise? A descending wedge is more bullish than a descending pennant. Sold to 41120. Thinking of rolling it into 3x 41150s. Better to roll this week or next when IV will presumably be higher. That again depends on where we end this week, right? I was 285 in March 2020 and I'm down to 180 now. Seriously, the absolute thing that worked for me was a yoga ball, controlled squats for roughly 30 minutes a day. Nice. I do like body weight exercises and I have dumbbells, but I don't have room for like a rack, like a power tower or whatever. A weight rack, and so I don't have one of those here. Although I suppose I could make room. So I just do like 5x5s with dumbbells and then some cardio. Occasionally, like maybe 3 days a week. I'm not really motivated. I'm like older now and I have money, so just like I don't give a fuck. Like who am I looking good for? And I'm like almost old enough that like I can, be the daddy that was never there. About 5 more years for that, for the silver fox phase. Sounds like you got it all planned out. It's either silver fox, your hair's gone, and you're a butterbean. I mean, I don't have like Elon hair money, but you have money, but it doesn't count since you don't want to spend it on them. They don't know that. Yeah, but I don't want to live too long. Bullish on Houston's second intro. Were you just disgusted at the guy who added everyone in the Discord to show us his new Tesla? Was that you? We're about to break up. Was XRT removed from Reg Show? Is that why the price is staying down? We don't know until the end of the day. BBY isn't Reg Showed. What will you be looking for in the FTD report on the 30th? Increasing FTDs. Gherkin, rug puller of GME, halter of goat and wheat. Is it true that you played? Oh wow, the vote count is at 69%. Yes. Okay, clearly I have to do this. Why don't you Why don't you open a hedge fund and take out our 2 and 20? Just make the entrance paperwork like Scion with full control. It's like, it's work, and then I gotta work for other people. And then, you know, when they lose money, they're gonna bitch. When they make money, they're gonna want more. It's, I don't want to deal with it. If XRT is still on threshold Monday, what are your thoughts? It'll raise my bullishness by 0.5 exactly. Is it possible XRT got an off-reg show and they max out their daily creation before the day is over? We see the bar rate start going up as they get desperate. Sure. What about to break up, and then I want my... We're about to break up? Then I want my favorite jeans and my Smith's records back. What are you talking about, Windmill? Checkmate BlackRock. Are you going to throw any of your sweet new GME attendees into LRC? No, I'd like to keep them. What's the unreachable donation goal you're going to set so you don't FTD on the Elden Ring stream later? It'll either happen or it won't. You'll see how I feel in an hour and a half. God, man, today's afternoon is slow as shit. It's only 1:40 right now? You fucking kidding me? I don't think LRC is going to tank, but I already have LRC. It's not Bitcoin, you know? It's not going to like 5 million a coin or something. Did anyone else randomly get moved to another YouTube video, or did I do it on my watch by accident? I think that's on you. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Dr. Dan. But maybe. If you said other things, maybe you just said the wrong thing and YouTube didn't like it. BTC to 5 million. You heard it here first. What's the latest time you've ever closed a 0 DTE? 3:45? What's a better hedge versus inflation? BTC or gold? Neither. Do you ever get lonely for us? No. Yeah, not at all. Real estate is the best inflation hedge. Only if you buy it before the inflation. Are you scared to show weakness? No. Is Opera real-time data enough to trade options? Yeah. Our property doubled in value. Congratulations, Travis. My GameStop doubled in value. this last week. What am I saying that YouTube doesn't like? Jesus, I have no idea. Just DM me. Ooh, Delta updates. Delta climbing. Fucking people selling their calls at 155. When's the next collab with Houston Wade? I don't know. About what? Just for entertainment's sake? If you haven't been watching this stream for long, the entertainment isn't a big goal for me. Honestly, I've got a little man crush on him. I'm sure the ladies in here got it bad. I get it. Are you talking about me? Such a weird day. Any chances for a gamma squeeze? They're better if the price is higher. It's not no gamma ramp next week. It's just not as good of a gamma ramp next week. Hexabenny. I was just asking if you want to engage in jolly cooperation on Elden Ring. Sure, having the original Dan on your stream will bring cooperation. I don't really know if Dan's or something I want to be branding out into other pickle entertainment products. I'll have to think about that. After seeing the havoc wreaked here, you know, in this professional investment community, I can only imagine it would be worse elsewhere. Houston Wade got attacked by Adabit for using an unreliable source in one of his DDs. But the source was Adabit's DD. Boom, roasted. Nice cappuccino. Greg Fridge Magnet. That's the perfect segment though. Gaming. We would bring in the viewers. Oh. I'll think about it. I don't know about jolly cooperation though. Don't act like you're not going to be in the chat. I've traded a total of like 6 options contracts, so I'm basically like a pro now. Congratulations. EMA 120 on the daily. Gonna act as a support now that we crossed it? Maybe. Could. The turnaround is very bullish. But not bullish enough yet. Damn, we really need to move hard. It's at 138. How many shares do retails own, in your opinion? Probably around like 30 to 40 million. That's not very conservative. 27 to 35 million. Is TA more useful for GME now that institutions are showing more interest? TA is more useful for GME now that we have more volume. But yeah, also institutional interest. Rolling CC's up and out equals infinite money glitch. I made every mistake this week, and somehow I'm still a positive premium rolling into next week. Today I learned owning a stock is actually profitable. No, it can slip, you know, or push up really hard, and then you're fucked. If you're rolling ahead of time and you're micromanaging the position, then yeah, it's a pretty decent way of handling your covered call rolls. How do you know institutions are more interested? Your opinion? Have you not looked at the options chain? That's not fucking retail. BBBY 23.01 plus 4%. Cool. Win borrow rate 741.69. Can short hedge funds keep kicking the can for another year or so? Maybe. If Jimmy squeezes, what do you think it could realistically go to? I have no idea. It's a short squeeze. You can't predict the potential of a short squeeze. Are we witnessing a Wyckoff accumulation on the hourly? Yes, to an extent. Son told me to sell GME at a 30% profit. Up almost 70%. What to do? Jump back into April 250s with me. I'll think about it. You sell if Jimmy reaches tens of thousands. No. Maybe my options. Like how that's based on momentum. You know, I'm gonna have stop limits, I'll tell you that much. If you exit a position properly and it continues to go up, you should not sell any of that position, or not a significant chunk of that position. Stop buying zero DTEs, people. It's maidenless behavior. When are we gonna get on testosterone? What? Anything popping up in your scanner? Nothing of note. It's picked up a couple stocks with their shit. When are you gonna get on testosterone replacement therapy? For what? I already have that. I don't, I don't need more. Bloomberg are talking about Daddy Cohen right now. Are they saying nice things? Make your body feel like you're 23 again. Interesting. Is the New York life good? It's life. Do you have any theories or educated guesses on why RC is interested in BBBY? I wrote an entire DD about that, Farmer Joe. You can go read it. It's on Reddit. It's like 2 weeks ago, I think. Did no one notice he's a giant pickle? Why would he need testosterone? That's an organic world-class pickle you're staring at. Should I go boomer and buy IBM and MMM? I'm going to be a grandfather this year. I mean, IBM doesn't really do things anymore. No thanks, Marcus Gustafson. No, no worries, Farmer Joe. I can feel another covered call question coming. Probably TDA Palantir. IBM offered me a job, and that should tell you all you need to know about that company. Thoughts on this? I get an alert from Fidelity in the PM that my sell order has been canceled. The only order I had out there was a good to close limit sell 300 shares at 1K. I didn't cancel that. Interesting. It's because it's more than 600% from the current trading price. The BBBY DD is the state of GME, right? Yes, I think so. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know. How does one find out? Calculate gamma neutral max. Is that a gamma spread? I don't know the name for it. Trying to think who has the formula for it. You can just look up the formula for calculating like gamma neutral and maximum. I don't know the formula off the top of my head. Would you ever attend the actual running of the bulls in Spain? No. I'm not big into like hanging out with livestock. In October, IBM's Doing Things arm spun out under the name Kyndryl and ticker KD. That company advertises all the time on podcasts. Interesting. You hang around with livestock all day. I just bought in. Don't try to steal my money and buy with me. No selling. I beg you in the name of Paul. Don't worry. I'm not interested. Do you not mess with horses either? If it thinks on its own, I don't want to straddle it. What? Trying to find options that I can afford. That sounds not like a great way to play options. I was kind of poopy to you once, and I'm sorry. I've been enjoying your streams. Thanks, Nintendo Power. All is forgiven. Like and retweets of RC that I reliked tweeted yesterday are now unliked and untweeted again. Oh my god! Twitter sucks? Fuck. Look at them trying to silence us. No sell, no sell. Want to go tandem horseback riding with Trash Dan? No. Have you ever tried to attach a duck to a horse? It's not easy. We need to seller box Twitter. You're so anti-conspiracy. No, just anti-stupidity. Can you talk more about Twitter until we break this test of 150? I don't know what else to say about it. It's a cesspool of emotional word vomit. It seems my other account was shadow banned. You need a little Jeff G in your life. Don't fight it. Oh no. How did that happen? You know what it is? It's the hate watchers. They're reporting you for saying bullish things. Han Banan, did you say something, Han, or is it just sporadic? Stop giving me your money, first of all. Is this legitimate, Han? Certified? It's not even popping up on here. I've got nothing. There isn't even a message. What did you say that was so bad that I didn't even get a message? Oh my god, it deleted it. I wish I did narcotics so I could appreciate this museum aquarium. I'm at more. I wish MOASS would happen so I could, but this aquarium museum I'm at now. Thanks, Subway Cup. I appreciate your thoughts on that. The last time I saw a duck and a horse together, it was Matt Core's OnlyFans. Yes, it's me. Read it. Refresh. I refreshed. It's not here. Whatever you said, Ko-Fi won't even acknowledge its existence. Can we get a large green pickle or Lady V-Wop on this screen, please? No. Make another account and try again. What are you talking about? It's just not showing up. It'll probably show up later. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing up. When you talk about the lack of cooking recipes, I've been standing in the kitchen with all my ingredients and I'm getting bored. Was the reason we're trading up at 250, 350 previously due to their trade strategy before they started using ETFs? I mean, we traded at 250 while they were using ETFs. If you told me a year ago that I would spend a significant portion of my days watching some guy with a pickle fetish read trash chat comments while sitting in front of a chart, I wouldn't believe you. Thanks for being here, Amy. Can you play the song, Power Hour song, for like 5 seconds to edge us like the stock has been all morning? Nope. Ooh, guys, we're up $6.69. Ah, it's gone. It was there though. Tim F. Did you just send me a blank chat box, Tim F? The fuck? What I sent you yesterday was the key to MOASS. I didn't see it. Tim F's payment is showing up, Han. I DM'd you what I said. What are these things? These are terrible merch ideas. I'm not making any of these. Definitely not making comfort stickers. If anyone says a croque monsieur is better than a croque madame, you're an actual shill. Monsieur? Yeah, you definitely spelled that. Zakire's wife, for a bot, you're so kind. Honestly, every bit of advice and support is greatly appreciated. The Zakures are a special type of people, and they should make many more Zakures and Zakurettes. Suddenly that tinfoil is looking much more attractive to Gurk with all the Ko-Fi censorship. People are just saying inappropriate shit, probably. Tim F has just sent me 2 blank boxes, and then not giving you money said, this is not an apple. Thank you, guys. By the way, thank you to everyone who's been checking out my other music on my SoundCloud this week. Seeing multiple songs that increase plays. I appreciate you all. Hi-Fi has the best community, period. That's awesome, Danimals. Thank you, dude, so much for the songs. They're dope as fuck. Can you play that one song that had the orchestra Carmina Burana in it? No. YouTube doesn't like that song. Sometimes I play it when I'm feeling exceptionally bullish. When my bullishness gets above a 7. And I start demonetizing the stream. Politically inflammatory things. Politically inflammatory things. Politically inflammatory things. Appreciate it, Gaff. Thanks for getting the chat riled up. What did I just hear in my ear while not in my office? Is my wife bribing you? How much was the donation? No, she's not. Other people are bribing me on her behalf. You don't have to be jealous, Secure. I'll never go to Florida. Thanks, Baradactyl. Why are people donating me no messages? Stop doing that. Is this some sort of Discord thing? Fuck all of you. I'll turn the Ko-Fi off. Just messing with you. Thanks for all you do. Here's this month's tuition. Dude. Tim, thank you so much, man. What the fuck, bro? I appreciate that, man. Thanks, Tim. I feel like I need to play a song for that. I want to play this song. Tim's a pigeon whale, so that's okay.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my
Okay, this is clearly some sort of Discord thing.
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Thanks. Thank you, Green Dildos. What's your BBY play for next week? April? I have BBBY for August and Jan for options. I found the only inverse oil ETF. Am I crazy for getting calls on it? Currently at all-time lows. Probably not, but they're not going to pay out till after summer. At least. Insert text here. Thanks, Matt Chorus. Battle for 150 at 350. Maybe. That'd be bullish. Hi-Fi words. Thank you, Carbon Based. Big Stick 123. I'm just gonna assume these are all blank. Okay, who's starting this? I'm kidding, don't refund anything. Wait, can I get a refund or got rejected? I might have pulled the trigger too early on that Ko-Fi. You ever look like 25% gain a CSP is made in an hour when you sold on the dip and then the stock spiked and decided to just close it out and wait to sell on another dip? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can just close them out. John Cena. Thank you, Gino Polo. Beautifully put. May BB buy calls are both up 30%. August up 20%. Similar strikes. The far dated one's less sensitive, so they're slower to both go up and down. They're not necessarily less sensitive. They're less sensitive to smaller fluctuations in the price. More sensitive to larger fluctuations in the price in IV. They have less IV because they're further out. It's 5 a.m. here. Please get me. Gent Rexa, thank you so much. Okay, this is... You guys... I actually deleted my entire deleted and my deleted. Feeling pretty deleted right now. It's 5 a.m. here. Please get me a Mercy Macchiato, man. I rolled all my calls to June so you can relax and enjoy the weekend. This is definitely not blank. Put their pickle in my... Okay, you know what? Fuck you guys... There. No more Ko-Fi. Get fucked, nerds. I took it away. Dicks. Shill. Freg was the one who suggested it. It's typical. It's a typical Fregism. Turned off the buy button. I was just about to donate. Too bad. No Ko-Fi greasing YouTube pockets. Jesus Christ. You can't stop us, Shill. Alright, well, I don't want YouTube getting the money. Oh, Jesus. Penis, 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 penis. Fitting. Can't tell me what to do. I'll see you. Okay, Boston Consulting Group. Ah. Enjoy your YouTube crumbs, Shill. Stop. I'm laughing out loud at work. This is unacceptable. You don't have to watch the stream, Han, if it's making you laugh too much at work with no context. Please don't give Google 50% of your money. That won't be realized for a month plus. It's not 50%. It's 40, but I guess that's just nitpicking. I am the Eggman. They're the Eggman. I am the Walrus. Beatles. Nice. Always tip the dealer. Very fitting for the covered call narrative. 4-hour chart, bullish. Doesn't look bad. Synapterces. This is the most boring 10 million volume day. Thank you guys for the donations. I appreciate it. This is the most boring 10 million. How's actually streaming yourself while watching this stream? At work? If we close at 149, 150, does that make a difference for next week's potential run? Yes. Oh, hell no you don't, Chicken Tender Daddy. Fucking bastard. Gherkin, I've learned a ton from you in the last 8 months. From now on, when my wife asks me if I cut the grass, I'm just gonna say interesting. You're learning. Ah, it's still there. Drink a case of Sobe Midnight Mojito or Sobe Life Water to make the stock run. I don't have any Sobe on me right now, but I could probably find some. This is the weirdest stream ever. Thoughts on Docu if you haven't already talked about it. I sold all mine a couple days ago. Kirk, turn off Ko-Fi. Gino by Alphabet Leaps. Brr. You forgot to put the pickle poking up at the stick. I'm pretty sure that would make it go way up. Stop typing that, JC. I'm gonna mute you. Fucking... He keeps writing secret penis backwards. I don't know why. Oh, Brucus, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. You know what to do.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the
Yeah, he's stealing your joke. How do you feel about that? Probably already mentioned, but fidelity rate at 7. Yeah. No availability, rates at 7. It's Latin for always bullish. It's pronounced sinus. As I started following this community, I've become smarter, wiser, yet somehow more of a degen than ever. Also, in your humble opinion, what was the best stock to sell CCs on at the moment? I mean, GameStop's pretty good. Any chance institutions push us above 150 towards end of day to thump institutions with the delta from 150 Cs? Possibly. Secret Pianist. They made a movie about that. What are your plans this weekend? I hope you're getting some much deserved R&R. I'm gonna fuck around with my new video card and play a bunch of video games. If you don't have open GME options, would you consider buying in before close in case of a big run before Monday open? Likely to be a lot of covering next week, and they could cover early. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna sell some CCs into close and then buy some calls to hedge. Herbie versus Mel's. Insert text here. Thank you, Herbie. Serious questions. Doubts about getting a Bloomberg terminal. Is it worth it? Fuck no. Mike buys leaps. Thank you so much, Mike. Are you guys back to doing the thing again? Okay, yeah. Everyone's doing this thing. I got a 3080 Ti. Current price action almost spells V-Wop. Boom. I just woke up from a 5-day nap. What happens next week if we close above 150? If we close under 150, will the cycle then restart? If we close above 150, there could be a significant amount of gamma exposure. There's 20,000 call options. There's already a lot of calls in the money, but there's 20,000 more above 150, which makes a big difference. As far as will the cycle restart, that may not have a lot to do with that. There may not be enough exposure there for a gamma squeeze, but there's definitely exposure there for some gamma, like some increased price movement. I do expect the cycle will likely continue, right? Even though borrow rates driving up pretty hard right now, you know, they are hedged against this run. So I don't know. What may happen ultimately is that we hold a higher floor, which would be very good. What calls are you looking at for a hedge? Probably maybe something closer to the money. I just made a bunch of successful trades on Tesla and Gmi this week. I just want to let you know it's due to your channel. Thanks, Gork. Thanks, Liff. I appreciate it, man. Congrats, man. When I eventually accept my fate and become a pigeon whale, would you do the honor of picking my new jumpsuit? Yes. It's interesting how in like Power Hour, both bears and bulls implicitly agree to go back to war suddenly, like right before market close. Well, they get tired from the early morning war, and then they have to rest. Bears and bulls really not known for their stamina. Well, you might be able to run Elden Ring at 30 FPS. I better be able to run it a lot faster than that. Is it just really, really poorly optimized? Even though you've taken it off, I can't unsee V-Wop. You're welcome. Which broker do you use to sell covered calls? Whichever ones my shares are in. I get over 60 FPS on a 1080 Ti in Elden Ring. A 3080 should destroy it. I mean, I don't even have 4K monitors, so it should definitely destroy it. In 1440p? The only thing that's capped at 60 FPS, Ricky, is your dreams. Is the ultimate flex spelling words in the chart, in the day chart of 10 billion market cap companies? Riku win? Lar Huge, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Don't let your memes be dreams. Exactly. My eyes can't see any more than 2.3 frames per second. Should get better eyeballs. Now you have a post MOASS goal. You're definitely good with the 3080. 3080 Ti. But there's some weird issues with their FPS requirements on their servers, so take a look at the suggested config setting articles that I've been writing up. What? Where? I kept crashing initially. DM me this shit, Gaff. Are longs gonna run it up at close? Maybe. I'm not gonna say it doesn't look kind of bullish right now. I'm at a 4.9. Almost a full 5. Which is 50% of the max. Buying that. Buying that. Yep. Did your blue blindness prevent you from seeing earlier message about intro outro DM? Oh shit. Where did they go? Violent upside potential. There's potential. What's the April 300 strike play? Gamma ramp, like Gex covering capture. Like not $20 violent, right? Hour in 25 minutes. At 168, will you be a bullish 6.8? At 162, I would be a 6.9. Buying a 0 DTE for power hour? Probably not, but I might. If we move up, just a little. You know what? I want to see a break of 149.50. If I see a break there, I might buy some power hour calls. Ooh, IV just ticked up. Interesting. What buy though? 50s, I guess. Ah, you bitch. Really? Lame. Oh well. Hey. First 150s? Jesus Christ. They're only 10 times more money. No. Wait, am I saved? What did you see that showed IV tick up? My options? There's some here, but there's anyway. Not buying 0 DTs, but we'll look forward to your thoughts on T+2 potential in the Monday DD. Thanks as always. For sure. Shit's about to get spicy. Clip it. That's 2 Long Johnsons. 6'3" Prometheus Dampow. Dude, you're the best. I'll clip it. I like predicting the future by seconds. Jimmy is financially inside me. About to be financially inside a lot of people. How does he always know the spice level? I'm now at a 5.4. Kirk, my IV sense is tingling. If Freg's girlfriend had a kid and asked you to be the godfather, would you do it? Asking for a Freg. Of course. As long as it comes with 0 responsibility. Also, the last time Freg had kids, he had like 5,000 of them at once. So, you know, everyone's a godfather. Does WeBull have an all or nothing order setting? Can you please teach us one cool trick with regards to predicting charts? Come on, man. I love you so much more than words. I'm a super hot chick. Please. Oh, that doesn't work. Nice try, Stefan. Dude, what kind of spice are we talking about? I'm trying not to like this. Do you want it measured in Scoville units? I just said my bull level's at a 5.4. Yes? 5,000. Like a jalapeno. If this run continues into close, what Scoville level spicy will next week's T+2 be? That's another story. Dark Pool Prince? Probably. Although the volume's quite significant. I couldn't buy ones on Webull, but I got some on IBKR. Not 0 DTs, but I picked up some April 1st. what you're talking about for rug pull, right? High volume section, low price movement after heavy price movement. Yeah. Although this could just be consolidation, because all that... We'll see. 5.3. Yeah, no problem, Jay. We're by the way, 153.11. Breaking up. How many trading accounts do you have open while streaming generally? Usually just 2. I have a second WeBull account and then like IBKR. That's it, man. It takes a lot to get your bull rating up. It really does. As you get older, you'll find that it takes more and more to get your bull up every day. Don't you dare starting MOASS. I'm not ready for you to stop streaming. Thanks for mentioning the price after big ups. Discord audio folks are grateful. Awesome. What's the biggest laugh I've ever gotten from you? I was serious though. Does Webull have an all or no non-fill setting on orders? Yeah. Try to avoid pattern day trade restriction. I'm pretty sure it does. Great time for Furline to show us how low his beanbag hangs. Let's see. Bull. Chances of us making it to season 20? 90%. So who didn't buy the dip at 76? Probably a lot of people. Is Fidelity's borrow rate still at 7%? Yeah, I think so. Feels like a trap. It always does until it's not. Is that Webull you're using right now? Do you have to pay to get access to L2? Not for the first 3 months. I think you get it for free. But yeah, this is Webull. Just bought a 57.50 an hour before close, right? I mean, probably not right, but you are doing a thing. Bought at 78. Nice. Perhaps the guy who bought 0.4 of a share on Bittrex during the after hours dump. I lowered my cost basis at 77 and Dipperoos. A limit order waiting for a fill at 2 million. Congratulations. It's the Ko-Fi bot because it's linked to the YouTube. They've added new features. Play the Carmina Burana to bring us to 160. I'll do things my way, thank you. Do you see variance in options pricing much across different brokerages? Yes. I checked out the 300s you bought on Fidelity seconds after you bought, and the price was 805 bid. Really? They're fucking only like 200 right now. You sure you're looking at the same 300s? Your microphone keeps truncating what you're saying as you trail off each sentence. Oh. Huh. Curious. He's not looking at the same ones. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. I think buying Jan 2023 200 calls for 4K is a good price. Risky. It's a risky level to hope to sustain. I mean, if you're just trying to dodge the near-term IV, it's not so bad, but that's expensive as shit for those. Out of all the days to have a power hour, this needs a Jeremy Clarkson power hour. Let's see. Don't mumble, it's not proper. Don't tell me about my fucking elocution. Fucking bastard. No Guybrush for you. You're the shill. Mumble if I want to. I mumble all day. You can't stop me. You can't stop me from mumbling. After this is over, you're all invited to my cotillion. If there's something you want to clip, you guys can clip it, you know. Or you can add the timestamp to the clip tags channel in the Discord. Are you having a cotillion? Are bulls just Persian bears? Draw a triangle or something, it will give more ups. No, it won't. This may be a long shot, but have you ever been recognized in public? I hope so. What? Trash. Fuck do you want? Why are you sending me eyeballs? Thoughts on Judas? Have you ever been recognized in private? No. You're having a quinceanera? Not the same. Less fun. Thanks for all the mumbling, mate. It really helps me a lot, although I've had to buy a hearing aid. No problem, Bithead. Appreciate it, dude. Do I see a classic intraday snack forming? Bullish. The intraday snack usually not bullish. Consolidation failed. Pushing down. This is why I didn't try a triangle. Rig at 5? Oh, cool. I should sell my $4 leaps. Who's holding a cotillion? Me. After MOASS. Post MOASS cotillion. When's the last time we had a tent? You know damn well the last time we had a tent, Daddy's little nut meat. Pass? You weren't fucking invited, Gaff. You think I'd let people from New Jersey come to my cotillion? Oh, I'm gonna get Kava to cater now that you're uninvited. This happened because you didn't draw a triangle. Good job, Shill. That's not how that works. I mean, Pickled Hole, are you still gonna live in New Jersey after the short squeeze, though? Help me pick out a suit for it, and I'll help you pick out your dress. Fine. Of course Visceral is gonna be the DJ. All people named DJ will be forced to perform as DJs. When are you gonna come visit me? Never. I don't like you. Had a killer week trading options, then I blew it all on 0 DTs. I'm in Buffalo and had already kicked around the idea of going to Philly to get extra degenerate, so I can just make a pit stop on the way to NYC. I'll grab more degens along the way. Awesome. I haven't talked about the physical country club recently. What about it? It's not going to be in New Jersey. Maybe like coastal Maine. Okay, but for real. No, I meant it. Old Jersey was better. How are you gonna have a country club that ain't even in the country? It's in a country. Although I suppose I could build a country club in a failed state. Tesla halted? No, not at all. Why would you even say that? It's barely done anything. More bull. So Jersey. $6.9 bull yet? Absolutely not even close. 5.3 still. 5.3 bullish. I need to think more about this scale. I need like a live indicator that I can adjust on the fly. End of day pull over under 150. All right.
Five, four, three, two, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What'd you guys do to the stock? I went and grabbed a Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich. Lawrence of Arabia. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. After the stream, I'll get you added. Appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC,
I see.
V-Wop, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
We should be good here, then.
No collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Sorry, Dad. We coordinated with the rest of retail to dip the stock. I see that. Shout out to the 1K gang. Thoughts on Tell? I don't know. I'm watching this, man. I'll look later. Alex DaCosta, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Low tide, drying up liquidity. Whale teeth? Dick's greater than Cenas. True. RC is shorting us so we can DRS more. Beautifully said. Calls rising relative to price. I don't know if that's the case. This is Aerochino. So you just make an Americano and then you pull steam through it and you make delicious caffeine foam. You know who else saw the wrist? The stock. Can you DRS an Elden Ring? I don't know. I'm buying 2 million shares of GME. Cool. I appreciate it, the pantry. I don't think you'll be disappointed. Except when you are. What if you get more viewers for Elden Ring than watching GME? What? I don't know if Elden Ring's any good. I haven't played it yet. Are you guys ready to see big downs when everyone takes profit and MMs de-hedge their positions? Yeah. I'm Elden Ring curious. Do a poll for what game to play. I'm gonna let you guys dictate what I do for fun. If you stream Elden Ring, can you set your multiplayer password to Gherk was right? So if SS wants to grief you, they have to admit the truth first. Hashtag free Gherk. No. Although entropy began accelerating earlier at a rapid rate. What's PNP? Just got some meetings. What's the status? Fighting for 150. But it feels abandoned. Oh shit, yeah. I haven't updated. I'll just update it at the end of I've been busy with the stream and my own positions. I can't be fucking around all over the place. Stephanie Honeypot. Your calves are so big and round. Wow, those are some interesting EMAs. How do they work? Nice try, Stefan. You're not gonna fool me by making yourself up. Pots and pans? Oh. Hey, we just crossed V-Wop again. See, this was a bump and run. And a reversal. This is bullish, actually. Our enthusiasm couldn't sustain these prices the first time, but the second time, look at GameStop displaying traditional growth patterns. It's so exciting. Bullishness now at 5.3. So I'm trying to guess my bullishness. Me on my rug, a whole new world. Bump and run your fingers through my oiled eyebrows. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate the offer. Was this a dump and then pump all along? Sort of. Cenas making for Long Johnsons? Yeah. Is the bull scale logarithmic? Exponential. Where do the runs start with options? Is it 160, 175? Just examples. 150 is pretty important. So is 200. I guess your bullishness to be 5.3. Is this correct? My CNS is getting hard right now. But it should be closed for reporting. Like the Richter scale. Do you still expect a rug pull at any moment? All right, Kirk. I've been watching your stream for the last 10 years. Tell us if this is MOASS. Volume 318, 8.9, T2, volume 15, volume T1, 9, T12. Likely finish around 13. T plus T coverage on 3, volume 318 plus RC momentum. Like today's set. Largely T2 from 322. Thoughts on last 2 to 3 days volume largely as a result of necessary for T plus 2 netting before FTD. All right. It's hard to read in YouTube format, but I think I see what you're getting at. So you're saying Monday big ops, right? Is that... Do you get options on Friday to play Monday Gex? I think I'm waiting for the dip on Monday. What's your opinion, NFA? And Ivy's a little spiked up right now. I'd be careful. What's supposed to happen to Jimmy Price after Cenas is done for the day? Not a lot, generally. In regards to Gamma Squeeze potentially starting next week, where do we need to close? Is 150.01 sufficient, or does it need to be higher than that? Ideally above 150.250. My sinus is nut settling every single trade. Garrick, we can't read your sentiment on GMA anymore. I understand that, CSEC. I was wondering why you stopped talking, and I realized you were on mute. What? I'm not on mute. The battle for 150 close has begun. Kegels for MOASS. Interesting. What's up, Dr. K? Glad to see you're back. Well, if rug pull, do you think this is the peak? And it could be. Thanks for your stream. I finally took the plunge. Got myself BBBY ADC Jan 23. You're the man. Thanks, Snuffalog. If we do go over 150, do you think they will try to short under the gamma again, like they did a few months ago? Possibly. It's yeah. I mean, it's reasonable to assume that they'll try. I think DFB bought more that dip. I have no idea. Last month membership. How tired of answering rug pull questions are you? Pretty. People are so afraid. And yet so bullish. I love it. Been fun. Thanks to the memories. Where are you going? Or is it because MOASS? I wonder if the people of the Ukraine have tried DRSing to stop the Russians. I don't know. Can I directly register my rug pull with computer share? Probably. I think if you pay them, they'll let you register basically anything. Well, fair enough, Dr. K. You won't be missed. You see the season number? What season is it now? How long are the seasons? Don't worry about it. Does your rug match your drapes? Only when they're being pulled. So it'll stop paying him to troll. Oh, I see. I won't be missed yet. My bacon cheeseburger pie will live rent-free in your head. I've already mostly forgotten about it. Is this a financial Dorito? Yes. Any bands you're gonna see play live this year? I don't do that. Volume appears staggered due to T+1 2 cycles to prevent FTD growth. Credit volume normalized. Interesting. I'm new here. This is Sen stream? No. Any bands you're gonna see dead this year? Did you stop seeing live bands when NSYNC split up? Yeah, it ruined it for me. Also crime. Okay. Oof. You had me scared there with your numbers, Gaff. We've all seen how quickly the price can rise in 1.5 minutes. Yeah. You think that's what's happening? What did you want to do when you grew up? I just wanted to be rich. I didn't really want anything else. MMTLP was a special dividend share that was given to those who held Torchlight Energy shares before it merged with Metamaterials. The special dividend shares were not tradable, but I know about MMTLP. Do you pray for Koala Hugger and hope that he won't contract something serious by licking rails? No, not really. After 1.5 years of scientific testing, I found that generally my bullishness waxes when the candles are green and wanes when they are red. That seems like a very accurate hypothesis. I'll get JT on the horn for a reunion concert if you frost your tips. That's a compelling offer, Lance Bass. I just checked AMC and immediately started laughing. Nice. Wasn't being over 150 intraday enough? It's insufficient. TDA won't let me swap my GMED for GME. I thought the D was for degenerate. Is delta hedging something they are forced to do, or something that's expected and normal? It's something that's expected and normal. I mean, they do have to do it to some degree to hedge their margin. But if they don't delta hedge sufficiently, then they can suffer the effects of gamma exposure when those calls are exercised and a demand created for the unhedged shares. So, do you think about BBBY coming to an agreement with RC? Do you see BBBY movement? I mean, there's been a little bit of BBBY movement today. I command thee to bounce. Say it loud. You know the problem? 68% have voted over, not 69. Do you still have June calls? Yep. I'm concerned with how placid the VIX is. Yeah, that's kind of just chilling. It's gonna do what it does. I think VXX is still separated though from it, right? Yeah, VXX still diverged from VIX. I still don't think it's tracking. Who the fuck shorted the pool? Okay, it's at 69% now. Now we can bounce. What kind of price action do we need for the gamma ramp? We just want to close with these calls in the money. What would you do with Jan 2023 leaps that are way in the money right now? Cost basis 85.66. What strike? They're way in the money. I don't know. I mean, you can hold them. You can use them to sell poor man's cover calls. You can sell them and collect profits. It's up to you. It doesn't hurt to wait on them. Like if you have deep in the money calls, you can just see what happens. Was the vote button next to the report button on the poll? I only saw one option. Dick. BXX still caveat emptor on Fidelity? I believe so. I'm not sure. I don't have Fidelity open right now, so I'm not going to check. Someone on RSS is asking how to exercise a 220 March 25 that's up 10%. Oh boy. No, the polls are anonymous. How in the money does a leap have to be to sell a covered call off of it? It doesn't have to be in the money at all. It just has to be lower than the strike you sell the call at. What are thoughts on selling weekly CCs here and BTC at Monday open to get that weekend theta? Looks like 200s would print as long as the price doesn't move above 163 and after hours PM trading. I don't know. I'm not selling any right now. It's risky. It's not worth it for like the small gains captured on the theta over the weekend. Do you see the Jamie situation as one of the best insights for the common investor into the inner workings and loopholes of the financial system? It's one of them, yeah. What qualifies as deep in the money as opposed to just in the money? Delta of like 0.9 or higher would be deep in the money. Very, very much like the underlying stock. It's fascinating the way SS tone has changed regarding options. Super sus. A little bit. I told everybody as soon as we ran that everyone would be all about options, right? Like as soon as the efficacy of options was proven, it just unfortunately took a very long time to do that. And November should have proved that, and that would have been the ideal scenario, except for the rug pull and kind of the weird situation we ended up in November. But now that, options are up and up for days, everyone's going to be all about them because greed is the ultimate incentive. Just check TDA options chain. If it closes above 150, there are 29,088 options in the money. Whoa. For this week? You're not counting the whole chain. There's way more than that. Based on what little you know about me and your misshapen idea or misshapen view of how my brain works, what is the one thing you think I need to work on to be a better trader or investor? Patience. Not true. My puts are doing horrible. Is the plan for short hedge funds here to wait out the ETF rebalancing, short their creation, and return cover Jamie shorts over this upcoming cycle? Yeah, probably. The other explanation is they're out. They're getting out. That could explain the sustainability of our price movement, but we'll see. Wait, hold up. How am I still not Hot Body Trash Dan? I just think you never changed your name and you're complaining about it. I think we rip after hours, and here's why. We had a huge dip, enough to get on SSR yesterday and clear some institutions in this game. They're attacking the shorts. It's possible. I don't disagree with you. You can kind of see that in the waves of buying pressure on call options. That's not retail. I've changed it twice now. The world needs to know how hot my body is. It's not like you're gonna stop telling them, right? You been playing any Elden Ring? I haven't played it yet. I'm gonna play it afterwards. I'm gonna stream it later today. Once I get it set up. Wait, Gaff, did you fucking DM me the good shit? Yeah, you did. That's what I'm talking about. I should do a stream for Ukraine, right? Is that the right thing to do? Or does that just make me like a YouTuber at that point? I hate charity. Maybe we can like buy a Stinger missile. Channel your inner YouTuber. I can't keep the energy up enough. And then people will be like, look at this like low energy guy shilling Ukraine. And when will you create an anime girl VTuber avatar to host the stream? I don't even know how to do that. Can I do that? Thanks for giving Aaron Alvin a hard time with your 1K end of day pull option. He must be suffering right now from cardiac arrest. Rip dumbass. You're already a YouTuber, my guy. Surrender to it. There is only Zol. What is Zol? Need a pickle Gherk VTuber avatar. I don't know what these things mean. What's your floor? 0? Hey Gherk, is it advisable to sell CSPs CCs at common prices, e.g. 140, 145. Instead, there's random strike prices, 142, 143. Because they have more volume, and so we have more flexibility when exiting. You're always going to be able to buy to close your contract, regardless of the open, like the or sell to close, buy to close. Sorry, your contract back. An e-girl, anime girl, all the Sims will donate to your combined channel. Good synergies. Interesting. So you're saying I need to go scour Tinder for a co-host? It can be done. I wonder if I could find a young Kathy Woods. Holding the in the money calls for the weekend? Yeah, looks like it. Still doing some CCs at the end of the day? Not anymore. See, young Kathy Woods was whew, spicy. I look just like her. Just hire me to be the cute e-girl on the channel. I don't think so. Young Kathy Woods or Regina George? That depends. Do I know about their future net worth? Hugs with vulnerability and warmth while looking like a young Kathy Woods. So with the bar rate is still greater than 26%, and XRT is still reg show. How do you think shorts get out without MOASS? They covered that. You know, that's just one of many ETFs, right? XRT is not the only ETF. It's just our best way of tracking their positions in ETFs. Why don't you have a mic that looks like a pickle? That would be inappropriate. That's not Kathy Woods, by the way. We'll see about that. Fuck you, Dr. Dan. I replied to my message with the anime VTuber in DM in case you lost it. Wait, what? Where? I don't see anything. It's just you just wrote anime girl Gurk with an up arrow. Female RC greater than young Kathy. What about young Lisa Sue? Ooh. Now that's not nice. I mean, Lisa Sue now. Fucking, she doesn't have to be young. What genre do you want the Freg Jam? Something beautiful, like a ballad. Doesn't XRT have to have obligations satisfied for 5 consecutive days before coming off reg show? No. That's going on it. I don't think that's for being removed from it. You click on what I replied to and it takes you to the image. Oh. Oh yeah. I remember this. Hey guys. Stocks. Ew, I don't like the price of GameStop on this. That's gross. How can we purchase your bathwater? I don't know. I don't have a merch shop yet. We haven't seen price close so far above max paying on a Friday very often with GME. Does this signify anything for possible movement next week as well? Yes, it does. Be right back. I'm gonna go bleach my eyes. Mayo Man Debt Collector put their pickle in my jar. What do you have to say? What do you think is the dumbest type of recurring post on Super Stunk? Daily reverse repo update, purple ring spam, or that annoying Farango with today is the day? I mean, I kind of like that last one. Probably the daily reverse repo update because it's jack shit to do at GameStop. If we don't MOASS, can you become an e-girl and show your Amazon wish list? Sure. What if we're expecting movement next week? Would you suggest buying contracts before close or Monday morning? Interesting. I'm torn. If it's hedging, a lot of it could happen in pre-market. So it may be better to have them today than Monday. I'll probably buy some in a few minutes here. Hey Greg, love the stream. Thoughts on 150 CSPs? Super risky. Are they lower than your cost basis? I think you could get a better price in a couple weeks. No, they were never in stock in the first place, JC. Stat loves that daily RRP piss though. He likes to go argue with that guy for some reason. Thoughts on publishing an e-zine called Foxy Financial, where we post then and now pics of the financial fox of the month and with a candid interview with the Financial Fox centerfold. You had your way, would you have Brian run through the faucets if Kevin Griffin's home quarterly? His house in Afghanistan? Are you becoming an e-girl? Don't tell anyone if you get into a relationship. Simps won't donate as much if they know. Good. Thanks for letting me know. What must the short hedge fund war room be like right now? This isn't all algos. There's manual control trying to get us under 150, yes or no? Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't call it a war room. I'd call it like maybe 1 or 2 offices, or a desk or 3. Can you zoom in on what? You can't see this? Do you need it bigger? Jesus Christ, if it makes you feel any better, I hear Matt Kors pray to me every night, asking for his neck beard to be as cool as yours is. It's hard. It takes a lot of maintenance. But you know, with perseverance and a lack of basic necessity for hygiene, you too can have one. Should I hold my 150C for next week? It's up to you. I'm sure you understand the risk. That's why you're asking me if you should or not. What about 175, 180 PMCCs for a week? $600 income each. I mean, probably not terrible, but if we do run, you're capping your gains, right? What's up, Top Shelf? What do you think Jimmy's price movement will look like for next week? Thanks. I don't know. It depends where we close today, largely. And then that situation will depend on information we don't really have access to. On NASDAQ Trader, a security ceases to be on the threshold security if it does not exceed specified levels of fails for 5 consecutive days. Okay, so next Tuesday? What's the quickest strategy to go from an 8K account to a 25K account? So I can say trade. The fastest way is probably scalping, but it's very risky. Is it just me, or did July monthlies look crazy? 1K difference between 140 and 150. I mean, they're in the money, so $10 times 100. How many average shares do you think each user on Super Stonk holds? Like average? 12. If there's 700,000 of them. Fastest way is to just deposit. Rule number 1, don't be poor. You're not wrong. This will be my first real question that I send into my member milestone message. Usually I just make a joke or put a dumb comment. I don't want no scrubs. Anyway, thanks for all you do here. And here's my question. How much Thank you, Ben. No, not average IQ, average shares. That's what I meant. There isn't 700k in Superstock. At least half of them are bots. I know. Rip my 139 covered call. Yep, you're fucked. What are you buying? Thinking. Got him. Are these intro Howard cup and handles? Sears is ripping. So when are you streaming Elden Ring tonight? I need to free up my evening to show you on another platform. I don't know. Like, I gotta eat something. Maybe like 6 or 7. I still have to set up my video card and find my controller. But I'm gonna stream it on my Twitch, not on here. And it'll take you 12 hours to download it. I downloaded it in 15 minutes. So, pretty done, Gaff. I downloaded it while I was streaming. Get fucked. I know you're used to that New Jersey. You have a Twitch? Shill? Yeah. My Twitch is in the description. Ugh. Gaff's just, you'll have to excuse Gaff. He's used to that New Jersey internet. How do I become a dillionaire? Also in the description. Wait, hold on. Someone just became a dillionaire. Matthew Flores. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
I love a good Friday power hour ascending squiggly worm pattern. Thanks, JT Acula. What's the significance of finishing over 150? A shitload of calls in the money. Graham. Can I watch Twitch on PS5? I have no idea. Can you? We're doing it, guys. 150, 250. Come on. It's fucking options in the money. I'll write a recap in the daily, Kitty Pickle. LC, good clip, good content. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Ding, ding. Oh, almost 152. 152 in after hours. 151.95. Close it out the day. 20,000 more contracts in the money. Let's fucking go. Hopefully some of these see some exercise and we get some nice fat gamma exposure for the next T+2 as this run continues into another week. My new video card made me trade faster. Probably not. Silent Lurker, thank you so much, dude. We fucking did it, guys. We won a battle for a change. Halton to close. Let's fucking go. Have a great weekend, everyone. Banter was extra fun today. Thanks, Kirk. Fly high. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I appreciate the donation of the closing price. Really, thank you. Guybrush for MOASS and all those good things. No, this is good. The extra with the extra calls and the money, we should see some significant hedging as a lot of these buys are institutional. So we're gonna see hedging from today's, $10 increase at a 10.1 million notional value per dollar increase. And then also with exercising going into the rest of the weekend, next week should be very interesting. This is a good setup for maybe a small gamma squeeze. I don't know if we'll have the interest or the FOMO for something bigger, but we'll see where it takes us. Thank you all so much for tuning in this weekend. Don't forget, members only stream Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Get fucked 150. Let's fucking go. See you Monday. See you then, Willie. Thank you one more time, Fly High. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna be streaming Elden Ring on my Twitch channel in like a couple hours. I'll post it in the Discord when I'm gonna go live and on my Twitter. And then what else? That's about it. Thank you guys. What a great fucking week, man. GME up almost 100% over the course of this week. Everybody made a shitload of money. Good stuff. Thank you all for tuning in, and thank you guys for the support, even when it wasn't so great. I appreciate it. And I'll see you later. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico. Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.